Good evening, and welcome alongside the rest of us back to the city of Portland. This, of course, is going to be Chapter 5 of Night of the Wyrm, a tabletop Misfits production of a World of Darkness story spanning both Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf the Apocalypse. Speaking of vampires and werewolves, I'm going to jump right in this evening and introduce the monsters at our table. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself as your storyteller. I play both vampires and werewolves, and all the other yahoos not represented by the 6 people you see on the rest of the screen. And I would like to popcorn tonight, because we are popcorning. That's my new favorite way to do this, over to my good friend KJ.
Hi, I'm KJ. I, in this game, play Flynn, who is one of our Malkavians. He's doing great. He's doing his best. He's doing detective work, because that's his skill set. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm gonna popcorn to Tarzan.
Greetings and salutations. I am Daddy Tarzan 82855 on all social media platforms, and I will be playing the Ragabash Assassin and Shadow Lord, Luca. On to you, Sammy.
Okay, wow. I didn't expect that, but hi. I'm Classic Sam NYG. I'm Classic Sam NYG. I'm on all social media platforms. I don't normally go after Tarzan. I don't know why. I play Cassandra, and may or may not be the real Cassandra. We don't know. And things are happening. So many things. And I'm going to popcorn over to Alex.
Me. Hi, I'm Alex. I'm here, also known as Blonded94 on the internet, on all the things. And tonight I will be playing Dr. Tamsin Newman, the Philodox Glasswalker Garou. And I'm going to popcorn over to Roz.
Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as diabel.cos on all social media. I play Rosia, the toreador leading lady of the rock band known as the Delirium. And I'm going to popcorn over to our belated birthday boy, James.
And I'm the belated birthday boy, and I am playing tonight Ben, our Garou Wolf, Arun, child of Gaia, pack leader for Portland, who's really confused on what this whole Umbra thing is.
Yeah, what is the Umbra? Thank you all for coming to our podcast tonight, as both vampires and werewolves get together to talk about the spirit world. No, instead, once again, we'll be continuing with our 5th chapter, trying to figure out what in the hell is causing all this chaos with reference to supernatural beings who shouldn't be capable of being possessed, at least not so easily, running amok in the city of Portland. Before we jump into our events proper, we do want to remind everybody that in just about every World of Darkness game, including this one, we may be discussing and or describing matters of violence, especially in an episode such as this one, which, spoiler alerts, will be opening in something resembling combat. The World of Darkness can be a little bit hinky in that fashion. Just a reminder for everybody, descriptions of violence against others, and this episode in particular may be broaching topics and exploring themes surrounding self-harm. We'll do so as to the best of our ability and as respectful of a fashion as is possible and warranted, but we didn't want to catch anybody by surprise by bringing this up now. But we're going to get into the actual contents of the episode after our brief introduction. Welcome back to the World of Darkness. And welcome back. In our previous chapter, the cohort of both werewolves and vampires had rallied once again at the Oracle's Quill, the bookstore owned by Cassandra, perhaps the real Cassandra. And the vampires led a discussion wherein it was pretty obvious that with the number of missing persons, whether stolen away or just unaccounted for, being tied closely to both the werewolves and the vampires of the community, both with and without this cohort, just could not be coincidence. While that conversation was happening, another member of the pack, Wilco, had run down the street run up against a couple of hunters and let out a cry of both fear and pain, giving cause for Luca and Ben to go tearing out of the bookstore, possibly doing additional damage to it. You can't prove that with insurance, wherein all the vampires followed suit. Once arriving on the scene just a couple of blocks away, it was clear, unfortunately, that Wilco and her captors were no longer present. But the vampires and werewolves working together were able to discover signs that were making it all too clear that hunters had stolen her away. Hunters and something that didn't smell quite right, but unfortunately something was also at the scene that obfuscated the obvious signs or sources of what that odd smell could be, and our group had to leave the area before they were able to discern its true nature. On the following evening, back at Tamsin's cottage in West Portland near Forest Park, the group discussed everything that had been happening once again over the last couple of days, checked on a couple of different friends who weren't present, and narrowed down the thread that they best felt would lead to their lean into their investigation proceeding by going down to the city of Salem, University of Oregon Satellite Campus, wherein word of research on both Garou and possibly other supernatural beings' blood was taking place, where Tamsin's cohort in the educational community, Dr. Jackson Lopez, had gone the previous evening under the understanding that everybody would be joining him there. They headed down to the college. It was a fairly populated campus this evening, but nobody really moving about in the halls of the life sciences building wherein the phlebotomy training lab was that they were going to be investigating. Luca broke them into the lab. The entire group turned on a variety of powers that allowed themselves to both see in the dark or see things that were otherwise unseen. And upon entering the room and shutting the door so as to remain unobserved by individuals roving the halls at night, 5 additional individuals revealed themselves to have already been present in this space. 4 shorter men and women who very quickly, within the seconds that they were first observed, hunched over, seemingly became shorter but more muscular, and were all donning distinctly sanguine or red hats and caps. And at the middle of them all, across the room in this phlebotomy lab teaching space, was a tall, lanky, tall, a second time for dramatic emphasis, individual from whom shadows were emitting from every physical surface and orifice, a leering smile, dangling hair, making it all too clear that not only are the other 4 non-human, but this third time tall person was clearly either a Fae or some of their nefarious origins. That is where we ended the last session, in a dark, dark room, becoming darker from supernatural shadows, our 6 cohort members facing off against 5 potentially threatening Fae. And before we jump into those events in particular, I will invite all of you over, well, let's say across the pond, some years back in the city of Oxford. Tamsin, can you briefly explain, what it is to be an Oxford student, and more importantly, what your flat looked like in probably your 3rd or 4th year of study, or some other year, your determination?
So Tamsin is about 20 or 21 at this point. She's in her 3rd year of undergraduate study of biochemistry at Christchurch College, living with her partner in a small flat just out of the centre of town. And life as an Oxford student is hard. If you zoom in on her face, even though she's 21 and a little bit more fresh-faced at this time, you'll see the bags under the eyes and the copious amounts of empty coffee mugs around her desk that is covered in various textbooks surrounding the smallest, dinkiest laptop that no work should be performed on in the history of the world. She's wearing just like a big oversized Oxford hoodie with leggings and slipper socks, because no matter how much you try and heat student flats in the UK, they are always cold and there is always a draft, and you can never quite pinpoint where that draft is coming from. And it's a lot of work, but she is kind of academically crushing it right now.
Darling, you're absolutely smashing it.
Thanks, babe. It's a lot, and I think I'm on my 5th cup of coffee, and I think I haven't eaten in 3 days, but we've got to get the PhD proposal done because it's got to be done before the end of next week. But I'm fine.
Listen,
I'm fine.
Are you sure you don't want to take a gap term? You have been putting in a lot of work recently, and you are doing wonderfully. There's no denying that, but it seems to be taking a toll. Are you sure you're all right with this?
Are you saying I look bad?
No.
Hans, are you saying I look bad? Do I look bad?
Not in the slightest. No, no, I'm saying that you look like you're succeeding, but it also seems as though it's, we've been going out recently and then not going out so much. I don't want you to be wearing yourself too thin. College is something that you only ideally do once. I want you to be able to enjoy it and not rush through it the way that you are.
Darling, honey, my sweetest, my handsomest man. And I'm gonna stand up and just grab his face. And I'm just like, you're so perfect and lovely. But they fast track me to the PhD program. I also have 5 exams coming up, and I need to get them done. I need to get the revision done. And you're so sweet, and I know you're a humanities student, so I get it. It's not as much as the STEM subjects, but you just need, I'm sorry, you just need to let me do my thing, and then I promise we'll go out to dinner. It will be fine. Where's my medication? Oh shit, I haven't taken my medication in 2 days. And she looks around for her anti-anxiety thing. She's like, oh shit.
And he turns, probably takes half a step to the right and just reaches over to a counter service that similarly has 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 spent disposable and not disposable coffee and tea mugs and cups. And he grabs a little pill bottle, and as he shakes it, he goes, I'm not exactly certain you need another cuppa if you're going to have some of these right now.
Look, it's only a suggested side effect that large caffeine intake will make those bad, okay? I'm a biochemist, okay? I can manage it. I can do it.
And we're going to fast forward just about a week and a half, and you have actually gotten your PhD proposal in, and you do go out for that lovely, wonderful dinner. Do you think you would go for a $2 sign or a $3 sign to celebrate having put in your PhD proposal?
Probably just we go for 1 pint because all of Oxford is expensive and we're students. So we go for a pint. We go to Mackey's afterwards to get the saver meal. I get a happy meal because I need the toy to distract me as a fidget toy, and then we probably just go home. And that's the grand night out of.
Oh yeah. So you have your 1 pint, you probably take home some snacks, you possibly catch up on a show that he's finished. Hans has already gotten most of the way through, but hasn't been talking about it because he doesn't want you to feel like you're missing out. And you fall asleep pretty happily, having had a reasonably decent night out, until roughly 2 days later, you receive the missive, and it's always in paper from the school, even though it can be digital these days. And it's not exactly calling your proposal into question, but it is suggesting that whether it be by way of revision or additional supports, you justify your proposal, and you're fastened upon that singular word in the documentation that comes back to you: justify. It's been numerous terms with you on the Dean's List, or the Oxford equivalent of the Dean's List, but you're not fucking around. You know your shit, and they're telling you you have to justify your work, and you're alone in the flat when you receive that notice. How would Tamsin react privately to receiving a challenge, if you will?
Fucking seething, mate. Just reading, it's one of those things where you read the note and then you look down, and it's kind of it would be in real life when you just zoom in on a phrase that really irks you, or someone says something and you just hyperfixate on it, and she's just at her computer typing and just justify.
And in that reverie you find yourself in that moment, the door opens. You hear some bags being put down by the floor. You hear a coat being taken off and put against the closed door. And from around the corner, you're hearing, "Now, honey, we discussed not watching Love Island, but you have to hear me out. Danielle said this season is absolutely ripe with potential. We have so many things that we could potentially be enjoying about this." And he comes around the corner and he just sees you already reacting to the notion that you've been distracted. And he just stops for a moment. You don't even have to turn around, and you just know there's that look on his face. He means so well all the time, but he has that look that you can't help but think, despite his best intentions, is that he knows better that you should be moving away from a stressful situation you have complete command of.
Just don't. I don't need to hear it. Don't.
Okay. All right. You might not want to hear it, but you might need to.
I don't.
Honey.
You look. I always have to. I'm already justifying myself in my work. I don't need to justify myself to you.
And he says, I'm guessing you heard back from the board.
They said, they said this, and I just give him, I just
Mhm.
throw and it's that shit throw where it's flat paper, so it kind of just goes away when you try and throw it, which makes her even more mad. She's like, for fuck's sake, just read the paper.
And he walks over and he picks it up and he moves away a little bit and he's reading, and you're watching his face. You want to see his face when he gets to that same word. And you're a rather intelligent and insightful person, so it's all too clear to you that he hangs up on that word, which you did verbalize just a few moments ago, and he puts on that face again. And you can tell that he stops reading at that point and doesn't say anything else, just sort of looks at you, sets the paper to the side, and just comes to you and reaches his arms out to embrace you and pull you in.
Don't be nice. You're always so
Honey.
nice. Just
It's gonna be all right. I can look over your work with you. I know you don't need my help, but I can
don't
look
need
it
your
over.
help. I don't need your help.
And he goes for the hug.
I just hackles up, like the human version of hackles up, just rigid, not wanting to give in to the hug.
Mm-hmm.
Just stays there, mad, but also not really mad, but not at him. But it's too late because now I'm mad at him because he's being nice.
And he's just holding you. There's nothing more to it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You have nothing to apologize for. Nothing at all. I know you can do this. If you want or need my help, I'm happy to lend it. I'm the one who's sorry. This is fucked.
Can you make me a cup of tea, please?
On it. Oh,
Thank
I'm sorry.
you.
He looks over at the DVD shelf and he looks to you and goes, as you wish.
I hate you. And I just lean into him and just go, you're so nice. I'm so mean.
All right. And then he moves off and he makes a cup of tea.
When he hands me the tea,
Yeah.
I start drinking it, and I'm like, oh god, this is terrible. This is so terrible. And I'll just put it down, and then I see the piece of paper on the table again, and I just think of the word justified. And then I turn around, and I think I see him look at me, and I'm like, what's wrong? What's... What?
Your cheeks. They're sharpening. Oh my god, are you feeling ill?
I mean, maybe,
No,
but-
seriously, Tom. And
What?
he comes over again, hands on your shoulders, and he's kind of looking at you and he says, my god, your eyes. Hun, and puts his hand up against your forehead, and he's saying, this is odd.
And
Okay.
I smell... He smells so good.
Mm-hmm.
He smells so yummy. And I think I go in to give him a little neck kiss and be like, thank you. And then I just bite his fucking head off.
And it takes a little work. Your first bite rips a deep hole into his throat, and unfortunately your predatory instincts kick in because he backs up. You already know there's no surviving that first wound, but he collapses against the floor and begins skittering back. This prey is not willing to go down lightly. He attempts to stand up and move away, and then he falters again. Do you go after him?
Yeah. Smells good.
Nope, no dice necessary, especially as your jaw grows just a little bit longer, and the teeth too. That's good for the tearing, and your arms elongate ever so slightly. That'll make catching him that much faster. All of these thoughts are occurring in just the briefest of moments. You're considering how much easier things feel just in this moment. You can't imagine how you felt angry just a moment ago, and yet you're still angry. It's just different. How dare he try to get away? And that thought occurs as you wrench his leg towards you, pulling him back within your midst, and you finish the job of taking his head off one snap at a time over the course of the next 3, maybe 4 seconds. Much easier now that your jaw is the right size.
I just pin him by the shoulders down as I bite, and then I just slide one claw from throat to crotch and just vivisect. And just like get my snout in and just fucking... Oh, it tastes so good. So much better.
Blood. It smells good, it tastes good, and it's everywhere. Just like it would be years later in a phlebotomy lab in the city of Portland, Salem, Oregon, just south of Portland. And Tamsin, you're in a dark room. The hallway was barely lit back out in the education facility, the adjunct facility next to Willamette College for Portland University of Portland, what have you. This is a story. And this being a lab environment, there are no windows in the room that each of you find yourselves in now. And because it's a lab environment, once the door is shut, ensuring that nobody out in the halls can see your activities, having come here to seek information about blood research that was purportedly in this place, it being a fire door, no light comes in. Despite that, each of you entered, availing yourselves of certain abilities that are meant to be used by werewolves and vampires to see better in the darkness, to see in the light where details might be hiding. And that's what makes it so obvious that when those 5 individuals stand up with those abilities enhancing each of your vision, you can see human-seeming visages of what would be men, what would be women, all half, as if wearing 3D glasses from the 1990s with the blue and red lenses, seemingly normal from one visage, but cocked head just a little bit to the side, 2 long limbs, 2 pointed of ears, some of them with teeth that are sharper than a shark's, than a piranha's, others whose teeth are fully just a singular line that is undeniably sharp and possibly able to cut through stone, all of them with drool leaving their mouths at an alarming rate, hitting the floor, staring hungrily at each of the 6 of you. Everyone, there's no getting around it. You're already in a fight, and some of you might not have realized it yet. For those of you at this table, and for those of you watching the series, combat in the World of Darkness works a little bit differently than other tabletop role-playing games. We are going to proceed around the table with everybody's intent, what it is they want to attempt to do. And before we satisfy anything, we're going to get everybody's intended actions to determine their dice pools. And to keep it a little bit familiar with other dice systems, even though there's no initiative check, a term that some of you might be familiar with, I'll instead ask that everybody do me a, let's call it either composure or dexterity and survival. And I'll ask that everybody read off their values once everybody's had a chance to roll, so I can make sense of it at the same time. But yes, giving you the choice, either composure or dexterity and survival, please.
Storyteller, are we including rage or hunger in this check?
Not necessary. Yes. Thank you for asking. All right, and I will briefly go around. I'll just ask you individually. Roz.
Composure and survival was 2 successes.
Okay. And Flynn.
Dex and survival was 3 successes.
3 successes. Luca.
Muted, buddy.
Oh boy. Hello, I'm back. Composure and survival was 2.
2. Okay. If I could have Tamsin.
Composure and survival was 3 successes.
And Cassandra.
With the right dice, Uh, composure and survival is 1-9 and 1-10.
Okay, that'll be 2. And finally, Ben.
For dexterity and survival, that's 3 successes.
3 successes. We literally have a 3 crew of 3 and a 2 crew of 3. We are split, as we are in most cases. That said, you see the very tall individual who, in their more normal visage, appear to wear a shirt not unlike my own, with no special adornments, and black pants, unassuming and uninteresting shoes, and the sort of like long, lanky hair was evident in this visage of hers, just as it is in the other. But in that other half, with the seeming being broken of your vision upon her, you notice instead of about 5'5", that she tops out, hunched over against the ceiling, pretty close to about 9'5", 9'6", leaning over. Her limbs are elongated, and those shadows that are coming out and were just sort of seeping as if from a fog machine under her clothes, now sort of drift to the left and right, and they're beginning to envelop the feet and lower legs of her companions, the Redcaps, in such a fashion that in this darkness that many of you are able to peer through by way of your enhanced vision, they're not so much shadowed versions of themselves, but the shadows are fully eliminating the lower half of the vision of these individuals. As a fun fairy power kicks in, she is buffing her allies, and with 2 long teeth and flesh sort of like going between her lips on an otherwise wide open mouth in a way that insinuates that it is sewn shut in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, like
it's
that.
just, she laughs, backs up, and just continues pouring these shadows out of her. And you get the sense that on the next round, unless the shadows are dealt with, these enemies could be fully invisible to your eyes without greater intervention. That said, the individuals who feel more ready at present to take action are Flynn, Tamsin, and Ben. Now, if any of you feels like you have your intent ready to go, you can get started. Or if you want to discuss a plan between each other, something that your characters could fully be shouting at each other as this kicks off, that is totally fine, with Roz, Luca, and Cassandra being the next persons that I'll come to.
Are the Redcaps all kind of together? Like, are they coming at us as a group?
They're two off to either side of the other individual. And for anybody who might think that they know enough about fairies to try to get a good sense of what the deal is with the much taller one, even outside of combat, go ahead and roll either intelligence or wits plus occult for me, please. But if you're picturing a large rectangular room, and we won't get too specific because your storytelling or your actions could dictate what's present in the room, as we're building the space mentally together. But she's sort of in the far corner from the entrance you walked into, and staggered off apart from each other, coming from behind lab desks and from other sorted cover that would be present in such a lab space, are spaced apart to either side of her.
For the occult and intelligence, I got 7 successes with a potential brutal.
What's really cool is I forgot the stated difficulty again, and I know you have a specialty in occult studies, so you know that what you're looking at currently is a slough, or a slaw, depending on your pronunciation preference, where the Redcaps are considered the literal nightmares of the world of Changeling. Slaw are trickier. They deal in secrets and forcing things to be secretive. So it makes nothing but good sense that this one is literally shadowing the other threats from your vision, or at least attempting to do so. So I'll go one by one, and if you want somebody else to go first, you let me know. Flynn, you find yourself in this room. What would he be doing?
That's a phenomenal question. Flynn's not a fighter.
I'll remind you, that door's not locked.
It's true.
Cassandra famously left combat in the very first session of this story.
Oh boy. What do I feel like doing? What would Flynn do?
if you want to think about it for a moment, I can move on to Ben.
Ben's going to, realizing that, actually, we'll play this a little more interesting. As Ben's full Hispo form kind of looks, if you were inside his head, the entirety of what looks like it would be normal goes a red tint, and he will activate his now penumbral senses to see everything. But there's something that just feels different about it.
And for everybody's edification too, in a round, because it's very loosey-goosey, wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey, if you will, in a round of combat in a World of Darkness game, it's not necessarily 6 seconds, it's not necessarily you have an action, bonus action, what have you. But one thing that is firm is at present, you're able to ignite 1 power or take 1 right. So whatever you wish to do next, no additional powers could be enacted on this turn, but you can still take other actions that we'll figure out together.
Well, I'm wondering if, because of seeing now the unnatural portion of this and seeing the connection between the slough and these creatures, Ben would know what is the target rather than the deviant.
And something I'll give you on this turn as well, and we can do this for other persons in case it's relevant or it matters. In addition to what else you might wish to do, now especially that you've done penumbral senses, what I would like you to give me is a wits awareness, and you can add a die for activating that ability. And that does not infringe upon any other actions you might want to take.
Okay.
And we'll just get everybody's quick intent, including yours, once you do this.
You said wits and awareness?
Yes, please. +1. While you build that pool and while you roll, Tamsin, what are your initial reactions to finding yourself in this situation?
Tamsin is going to reach into her backpack, put her hand on something, and wait to see what the alpha does first, and then immediately do something after him.
And Flynn, did you come up with a potential plan of action? By the way, perfectly fine if he were to leave the room.
I don't think he would leave the room, but he's going to get as far away from these entities as he can because he is support at best. So he's keeping his eyes and ears and nose and all of the other senses open, has his firearm at his side if he needs to use it, and might get creative if he has to.
Phenomenal. Are you like weapon ready if they approach you directly, or if they approach any of your friends, would you potentially shoot?
If he sees them approaching anyone he doesn't think has as much fight in them as some others clearly do, he might do something if it seems like they might not be able to handle it themselves.
10-4. We'll come to you if that triggers. All right. And Ben, you had rolled for me. What'd you get?
I got a 4.
4 is sufficient for you to notice, and penumbral senses are relatively new to you, but you've worked with another Garou for quite a while to know what it is you should see and what would be expected. And there's sort of that flicker sense. Once again, and now you're able to see their more human visage. That was the only thing you saw of them before you activated penumbral senses. And then, of course, you have that flittering additional sense of what their true natures are since you've activated the ability. 4 is sufficient, however, as I didn't state the difficulty. We'll go with a base of 3 for this. You get a good sense that there's something else there. But 4 is not sufficient for you to identify the something else.
Okay.
Yeah. What else might be your ready to go?
He's going to jump on that the closest table and lunge at the slough.
Love it. I would like you then to hit me with strength and brawl, and we'll see how effectively that goes.
That we can have some fun with.
Hell yeah. So as you build that pool, once again, we're going to get everybody's intent and build the appropriate dice pools before we find satisfaction in these actions. Moving on to the second tier, Roz, Luca, Cassandra. I'll actually go in that order. Roz, what would be your first instinct to take action in this fight?
Roz, seeing that Ben would have lunged at the Slav, is looking at the red caps and seeing which one looks as if they are more offensive, look like they'd be more of a threat in combat, and seeing to subdue them in one way or the other. Most likely she's looking to compel them, if she can identify which one looks like they'd be the biggest problem.
I'm going to have you then build me wits and awareness, or wits and streetwise would make sense for this as well. Cassandra, what about you?
Cassandra is going to, seeing Ben getting ready to lunge and seeing Roz seemingly analyze the red caps, Cassandra's going to walk as far away from the group as she can without leaving the room. Sorry, I just looked at Ben. Without leaving the room. But she's going to she's going to try and get a premonition from the slough, but instead she finds that something else is happening with her normal premonition.
Interesting. I would like you then to build a pool for me. And would you mind reminding me it's Oblivion and...
Premonition is resolve and aspects.
Well, that's your premonition. Are you actually going for premonition?
She's attempting to go for premonition, but something else is happening.
Okay.
So it'd be Oblivion and resolve.
And resolve. Excellent.
Yes.
I would like you to put that pool together. And this is being aimed at the slaw as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Excellent. And as you build that pool and we're ready to potentially take action on that, Luca.
Luca's hiding.
Roll for stealth, aka please give me dexterity and stealth, or at least build that pool. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And to satisfy all these actions, just to give everybody a brief description of what is occurring, Flynn and Cassandra, although not walking in tandem, move simultaneously away from the conflict to the corner behind where you would have been upon initially entering this lab environment, which is approximately 30 feet deep from when you first entered the room, and approximately 45 feet long, going left to right of you upon entering the doors, with numerous lab tables and work desks dotting the room in between the walls. As the two of you go walking backwards, Ben immediately leaps upon the tables and is going to attempt to go straight in the direction of the slaw, while simultaneously Cassandra is attempting to get a better sense of the future of this creature, while finding in the briefest of moments that she's actually considering determining the future of said creature. Roz is attempting to discern the nature of a more vulnerable of the red caps, while Tamsin is readying to see what she'll just do as Luca hides. That being the case, I'm going to go down sort of the order that I took notes on with everybody's actions. Ben, you attempted to attack this creature. I asked you to do a pool of dice. It rolls simply in an attempt to dodge the attack with only 4 successes as you leap through the air toward it. Only 4 successes. How'd you do?
9.
That's much better.
I had a set of crits and 5 extra.
It's going to keep the 4, meaning that, to my knowledge, you're about to do at minimum 5 damage. But please remind me in Hispo form.
It's an extra +1 aggravated damage.
Excellent. So this creature takes immediately 6 points of aggravated damage, and believe it or not, is not fully down, but as you leap upon it, maw open and then maw quickly shutting across most of its shoulder and neck, that sort of a like hinge point between the 2 critical areas. You bite in and you feel a revolting mixture of sunshine and shadow. You know enough about feeding upon prey when necessary to get a good sense that you're getting sort of the general essence of this species of beings, while also having that like distinct flavor of its, well, let's call it distinct flavor. And as that blood gushes into your mouth, over your maw, and onto the floor, you can tell that you've bitten it in a deeply mortal fashion. You don't bite down and stay attached. It sort of in its awkwardly tall height, and you had to leap up quintessentially to the ceiling to do this. It is able to get one hand and toss you back downwards, causing you absolutely no damage, but you are still right up in its grill. Simultaneously,
Can I, being that Ben is in wolf form and being naturally in his form of understanding, can I use my body weight to pull that thing to the ground? Almost like a alligator would like whip their body, so they pulling them backwards.
I'm gonna say no, just for the moment. Yeah, because the mechanics I understand.
Nope, that's fine.
Yeah,
you're good.
If it had attempted to stand its ground and fight back, as opposed to just trying to dodge out of the way, I think that would be more possible based on what I've read before the session. Yeah, but you're right there. You could potentially do more. As a matter of fact, hold on. I had 4. You had 9.
Yeah.
Hold on. Everybody, we're learning together.
This is the best roll Ben's had yet.
This was the right time to do it. Cassandra, really quickly, I rolled on the opposing check 5. What was your dice pool success?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Okay. Son of a bitch. So for anybody who's interested, if Cassandra wants to read what she's doing, that's entirely up to her. But I will go ahead and state that with a single success, Cassandra, what were you predicting the potential future for this creature to be? You can read the whole ability if you want to. I'll leave that to you. But what was the vision that you were, as opposed to just trying to see, you began to shape instead in your mind?
That whoever attacked this creature would attack it so that it would be fully incapacitated in one go. But she'd still be able to get the information that she needed from it without it dying.
Now, this is where the hankiness of World of Darkness combat comes into play. And this is why I needed everybody's intent before I started giving resolution. The reason is, in a world in which Cassandra did not intervene, the slaw would have continued its cackling, although blood would be pouring from its neck and from its mouth, as it seemed weirdly charged in the notion of attempting to support its allies and rending each of you limb from limb. Backing away from this first attack, it could potentially have gone into a more defensive posture or kicked in its survival instincts, but that reality is rent asunder, wherein instead, what was suggested by Ben takes place instead. I said instead twice. That's just to emphasize that this is happening instead. As you described, James, Ben lashes on with his fangs and with his full body weight. And because wolf jujitsu sounds really interesting, you pull down and sort of flip the slaw at the same time so that it's awkward. You are 4-limbed at the moment. You don't necessarily have all the joint flexibility of a bipedal individual, but you're able to clamber back atop it with teeth still gnashing into the neck. It is fully incapacitated, as it literally only had 1 potential additional damage before going down. So that everybody understands how combat works. Once you have taken the full breadth of aggravated damage that you're able to take, you're not yet dead. You are subdued. Any additional attacks against the slaw at this time will indeed kill it. That said, Tamsin, Ben flew forward, and a single bite seems to have taken down at least the central of these figures. That shadow essence that was beginning to envelop the red caps dissipates immediately. Those red caps, by the way, are each holding or brandishing some form or another of stabbing, cutting, or rending instrument, and they're looking, let's say how it is, hungrily at Ben in this moment.
Yeah, so as she sees, she was going to back up Ben if he needed support. She's like, Alpha's got this. Don't know what I was thinking. Reaches into her backpack. You said they're in 2 groups, right? The red caps. So
There are officially no longer 3 distinct groups. There are now just the 2 groups. Yes.
Red Cat's still looking hungrily at Ben, and I go, "Dickhead!" And she pulls out, a one of those small handheld confetti cannons that the worst couples use at their baby showers to spray confetti over everything. Pulls the trigger, and just like brown powder shoots out of the front of this cannon. And I'm gonna have to have those 2 Red Caps make a willpower check of 4, please.
Okay. I'm gonna do 2 different rolls, one for the group on the left, one on the right. Or is this an all-encompassing space situation?
It depends. If they're close enough for me to get all of them, then it's fine. I just don't want to hit anyone else in the process of doing so.
Choose one group then, the left or the right, because otherwise
the one's nearest to Ben.
Cool. I'll go ahead and state, just because if you're keeping track, at least mentally, in a rectangular room space, the ones that would be closer would be the ones to your right upon entering to Ben at present. So they're going to roll a pool of dice. That is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do they each get 4? Or is a group of 3 get 4?
Fine. I'll roll for each.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. 1.
Okay, so you just see this confetti cannon go off, and everyone gets a whiff of like chamomile, English breakfast, lemon, and chloroform, maybe just as an aftertaste at the end. As I pull this confetti cannon, the one who got 4 succeeds, the one that got 1 is incapacitated and goes to sleep for the rest of this scene. As they inhale and taste just sleepy tea as sleep powder fires out of this confetti cannon at them.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Yep.
Now, Roz, you're getting the good sense that the one that's asleep on the ground would probably be the most vulnerable. But would you mind reminding me, as you tell me the success of your dice roll, or the status of your dice roll, the specifics you were looking for yet again?
It was not the most vulnerable. It was the least vulnerable, who should ideally be taken out first. But that was only a 2 success on my end for wits and awareness.
Wits and awareness.
Yes.
What I'm going to give you on wits and awareness has nothing to do with what you're seeking, because unfortunately, it's that dual visage situation that I described previously, which seems to be very much of the fairy nature, and less so to do with the successes of being able to peer through the seeming that they're casting. It's just a little bit too confusing to look past, and you don't really know how to judge which one is the most threatening or the least vulnerable at present. However, it occurs to you specifically, because you were using your initial action in this melee to sort of discern details about them. You're looking at each and every one of them bearing knives, hammers, saws, and you don't necessarily have to be an expert in how fairies work to know that it seems very odd for any of them to be wielding weapons or implements that obviously include steel. Not the details you were looking for, but more weirdness. Okay. As you contemplate that, Flynn, you're in the back corner. Nothing is triggered, at least based on what you indicated previously. Do you want to stay back here? And you're almost sort of covering yourself and Cassandra at the moment.
Yeah, because no offense. No, entirely offense. Cassandra doesn't seem like the kind of person to defend herself.
Yeah. Is it because she has more damage on her person at present than anybody else?
Yeah. She got attacked because she went on her own. So Flynn is kind of sticking close to Cassandra without like sticking too close to Cassandra.
For the record, by the way, nobody knows that Cassandra technically dealt the last blow to that creature, unless she talks about it later. But yes, at present, that seems like a great plan. And I'm not going to lie, I came back to Luca last because I remember he has an unassembled AR in his pants. And depending on what he wants to do with how sneaky he becomes in just a moment, I'm imagining this could go pretty quickly. But Luca, first things first, I asked you to roll dexterity and stealth.
I rolled 3 successes with 1 brutal result. Basically, as the group is dispersing their various forms of actions, Luca's diving for cover behind one of the lab desks and starts pulling out the. I believe you said I had a suppressor on this thing.
You had a suppressor. You made a distinct point in the previous session. The weapon itself was taken apart, so you do have to reassemble it. Yes.
So yeah, diving for cover behind the desk, pulled out the AR and starts combining it together as for part of the scene.
Phenomenal. And that good memory on the suppressor, because you get the notion, having passed no fewer than, I don't know, it's late at night, 5 other persons in the hallway, that could come into play as being important.
Right.
That being the case, this is unconventional. Preparedness checks usually have to deal with you not having to do a shopping episode, but see if you've brought the appropriate materials to a certain situation. But I'll nevertheless have you give me preparedness at present to be able to start your next turn, if we have another turn, which I imagine we will, ready to go, as opposed to still putting something together. Please give me firearms and intelligence. Preparedness is always intelligence, so please give me firearms, intelligence, and we'll get your result when we come back to you.
Sounds good.
All right. That said, technically now at the bottom of the order, we have some hacksaw ready, very hungry individuals with an obvious target before them. And at present, they haven't seen any cause to go after anybody else. There's only one real threat in the room at the moment, and that is Ben. Ben, now we get to learn how facing off against multiple enemies work all together. Literally all 4 of them are about to come after you. And that means I'm going to roll 4 attacks in your direction. And you can either seek to dodge or seek to take the attack and redirect, or you can use this opportunity to literally punch back, but you'll likely take damage in the process. What sounds most appealing to you, knowing full well that your one and only roll to defend counts towards all 4 attacks?
So, because we're learning this all together, what pools would I be creating for those?
If you wanted the latter of those 2, where you sort of like take the brunt of it and potentially punch back, would be another strength brawl or dex brawl, depending on how you wanted to play it. But if you wanted to attempt to dodge entirely, that would be dexterity and athletics.
Oh, so they're all the same. Cool. We're gonna dex then. We're trying to get out of the way completely, because it just sounds like a better option at the moment.
And so everybody understands how this works. And yet another detail that makes learning how combat applies to certain situations in World of Darkness. You're going to have 4 attacks levied against you, and sort of in like a dice spending system, your one roll literally counts towards all 4, meaning that if you have like 5 successes overall, and one of them rolls a 3, another one rolls a 2, but another one rolls like a 6, and another one rolls like a 1, you'll eat up all 5 of those, literally taking away points of my success, and anything left over for my attacks goes right back into you. So it's a tough situation to find yourself the sole combatant being attacked. Yep. That said, good luck.
Okay. What is that thing say? Yeah.
Sorry,
so
Luke,
we're gonna
not
do
a
this. So I will ask though, and I know this might be not the case, but at the same time, Hispo form says non-stealth physical tests. Would you consider dodging a physical test?
Yeah. You 100% get the bonus you're talking about. Would you mind reading it off for everybody's edification?
Yeah, just says for Hispo form, it says non-stealth physical tests plus 2 die.
And there you go.
Buddy.
Yeah. All right. So that puts me at a pool of 8. So
best of luck.
Nothing but success.
Not as good as last time. Oh, actually, not terrible. That's 5.
5's not bad. So fun fact, there's already blood in the room. It doesn't have to be yours. As a result of that, each of them gained an additional 2 dice, which means each of them had a pool of 8 dice.
That's gonna hurt.
I just rolled 4.
On the 1.
6.
Ouch.
4 again.
Uh,
And 5.
Plus
So
6 plus 4 plus 5.
Wait,
All
didn't I
right.
take one of them down, so there should be only 3 attacks?
you're right. Let's go ahead and do away with the 6 because I forgot. So we have 4, 5, 4, which makes for a total of 13. And you had 5?
Yes.
Excellent. Good news. Right now they're attacking with weapons.
Okay.
And they're mundane weapons.
Oh. Okay.
So you actually only take, hold on, 13 versus 5. You take 8 points of superficial damage. What's your overall health pool?
6.
6. So you actually take, you're fully filled on superficial, and you currently have 2 points of aggravated damage. And if we kick right back off with you, I believe in Hispo form, you can make a rage check to heal some of that immediately.
I can.
Excellent. But once again, for everybody, we have 2 individuals having backed up. One darted forward, took down the largest of the creatures, who is obviously bleeding out on the floor. Another one was knocked out entirely, and although others in the room are prepping, others of you in the room are prepping for additional activity to be taken, the 3 remaining red caps who are upright presently all attacked Ben at once, each of them landing attacks atop him in some way, shape, or form. And although he took the hits, attempting to dodge out of the way, potentially yelped, potentially didn't, he's obviously not down for the count, shakes it off, and Ben, what's your intended action as we continue forward? By the way, something I didn't make clear on your first melee attack, you can, in a similar fashion, use this turn to attempt to attack all 3 of them, but we would similarly be splitting up your single pool of dice between the 3 to try to hit. So you can try, but it could be wise just to go for either 2 or just the 1 while you're considering your options.
Okay. I mean, for stake, I would have just went straight after the Sal the first time. So just heads up on that one. So we didn't change anything on that end. Let's see.
While you think about it, I'm just going to keep things moving.
Yeah, go for it.
Tamsin, you've put one of them to sleep. What else might come next?
They hurt Ben.
All 3 of them.
And Ben, is Ben looking okay? Like, James, is Ben looking like vibing, or is he mad or injured?
I mean, he's definitely bleeding. But you can see Ben is kind of trying to gather his bearing. You know, we've got 3 people literally on top of him. So he's going to be biting at ankles. He's going to be biting at like limbs, trying to get them away.
Cool.
So yeah.
Tamsin's going to shift to Hispo and try and pull one off of Ben after he tries to swallow them first.
Please give me a rouse check for your anger. Sorry, for your rouse check for your rage. Yes, same thing. Synonyms.
A success. It's a very calm shifting. We're managing our anger well.
You don't often find yourself in a combat form, but this is nevertheless comfortable. It doesn't enrage you. What does, but with no mechanical increase, is seeing your friend being ripped at and torn up. You dart forward and go ahead and make a strength brawl pool for me, please, just like I imagine Ben is doing while he considers who and how many he's attacking. While the 2 of you, I assume 2 of you, build those pools. Flynn, are we still hanging back, at least for now?
Yeah, because his only form of defense is a non-muzzled gun. So he's just sitting back, and if anything comes at him or at Cassandra, then he'll do something, but he's just kind of hanging and seeing what happens.
You know, if you make a difficulty 10 craft check, you could possibly turn lab implements into... No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Nah.
No, that sounds perfectly sufficient. I don't blame you in the slightest. And standing very near to you, but not directly next to you, is Cassandra, seemingly also avoiding the melee. Cassandra, this is the first time you remember having potentially directly affected a situation in the way you just did. And for the audience at home, and for those of you at the table, I completely forgot to ask. Cassandra, could I please get 2 hunger rouse checks as you completed that last action? please roll D10s and not D6s.
Just a reminder.
And she's muted, so she can't actually yell at you. You're still muted.
I did it on the app, so it's still successful.
So not only did this cool thing that's happening from your memory for the first time ever occur, it didn't cost you anything. That said, as far as everybody else can tell, you're just in the back of the room right now, also staying out of the fight. Do you want to continue along the same path you did previously, shifting your eyes in the direction of one of these red caps, or do you have anything else in mind?
She's going to see that Ben is being attacked, and see Tamsin as well, attempting to help Ben out of. Tamsin just shifted, right, Alex? Okay, seeing Tamsin shift, probably attempting to help in this, and she's going to focus her attention again on one of the red caps.
Excellent.
Because she's now intrigued about what just happened, and wants to test if this is just a one-off or actually a thing. So she's gonna look at one of the red caps and attempt to do the same thing.
Excellent. So please, first this time, give me 2 hunger rouse checks and build your pool yet again of Oblivion and Resolve, as we're still in the intense phase. That said, for dramatic purposes, I'm just going to keep putting Luca at the very tail end. Roz, you gained some, but not the intended information last time around, and things are moving very quickly with teeth gnashing and blades swacking. What might you be doing now in this situation?
With the previous information that we gathered, Roz is of the mind that these red caps and Visla would be acting at the direction of someone else. So she's instead turning her gaze towards Visla and has every intent to use her Melpomene in conjunction with Dread Gaze. So it does not need to be directly with her or making eye contact for her to unveil a bit of her own vampiric nature. This creature seems to be used to being the scariest thing in the room. It's not always the case. And for narrative reasons, for narrative description, those within the presence of Roz, usually she keeps her aura, just her way of being, quite subdued in comparison to others who might just project who they are. They walk into a room, immediately they're demanding attention. She simply has that by existence. However, this is one of a few times where it's as if the temperature in the room drops several degrees as her fangs lengthen, her icy blue eyes almost become white as she levels the slug with a stare. And it's as if nails on a chalkboard, the way her voice pierces through its mind as she says, "Child of the dreaming, this isn't your fight. Stand down." And she's intending to essentially, let me read this out. Mortals are cowed, run, or freeze with fear, while other vampires or supernaturals either submit like whipped dogs or flee in frenzied rot-shriek.
And what is your pool that you're building, and what would be my defensive pool?
My pool is charisma plus presence against composure and resolve on your end.
Let me go ahead and make a note of that. So go ahead and build that pool. Everybody hearing the words, as you all move about in a flurry, you can tell they're not directed at you, but you can nevertheless, as described, feel the ice in that statement. And as you build that pool so that we can come back to you, we now come dramatically back to Weapons Assembly 101. This is a college, of course. So over in the corner, I didn't state the difficulty before, but since you haven't said it out loud yet, in this situation, it's only 4. To get the weapon operable, you might not have all the fancy attachments on, aka if you don't meet, no, just 4. 4 is your base difficulty. I'll stop talking.
And that was a pool of intelligence and firearms, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So my pool would have been 5, but because I am specifically handling a long rifle, I increased my pool by 1 to a pool of 6. That being said, I rolled all 6 successes.
Hey!
So what it looks like is Luca just pulls these two, the upper receiver and the lower receiver, slaps it together, clips the bolts
2 pins.
place, pulls out a magazine, slaps it in the magazine well, and racks it around, and just comes up around, over the top of the counter, and you just hear, and he's just fucking lighting them up, just going, and
Now-
just yeah.
Same offer as before. You can make a singular firearms roll. It'll be dexterity and firearms. You are using your long rifle, so you get that extra die you just described. And depending on how well you do, that could be split between multiple targets. But you'd have to state that ahead of time if you feel confident about
Right.
it. Or if you want, you can zero in on a singular target.
Yeah, Luca works segmented. He doesn't hit multiple targets at once. He hits one at a time. Makes sure to eliminate the threat as he engages. Trying to take on multiples is just you're spreading your
Very-
resources thin. Yeah.
Luca has, it doesn't always apply to the situations in real life, but Luca also has this interesting, what sounds like credo, where he doesn't want to steal everybody's spotlight, assuming that there might be an audience for the activities. So that's okay, perfect. Yeah. So do me a favor and go ahead and build that pool I just described. It's going to be dexterity's firearms. And
Sure.
from the very top, we'll try to very quickly resolve the activities that were just stated. Ben, we didn't decide if you were trying to attack multiple persons or just the one, but
Just the
did
one.
you just the one? Okay. Strength ball, if we have the results. And for dramatic purposes, Tamsin, your strength brawl results as well.
Tamsin got 6 successes with a critical for her strength brawl.
Shit. Are you both attacking the same individual, by the way, or are you attacking different ones?
I think different ones to try and get them all down.
Let's
Whichever
go
one
ahead.
Ben's doing, I'll do like the one next to it.
Excellent. For everybody, I know we're describing a very interesting situation without visuals to assist. Let's go ahead and state that one of the red caps that was on the right is currently asleep. The other 3 came forward, so it's the 2 on the left that are currently being attacked, with consideration to everybody else wanting to attack creatures, assuming they're all still up in just a moment. So Tamsin, you attack one on the left with 6. Ben, you attacked the other on the left. How'd you do?
3. I don't know how you can roll 9 dice and only get 3 rolls, 3 wins. I don't know.
You'd be amazed.
You don't want to burn a willpower reroll?
I
Now-
could.
Now, what's really cool is you're still gonna deal. What was it? A bonus of 1 or 2 based on your attack?
1.
1. You're still gonna do 1 damage to this individual that's on the left, but they similarly do 1 point of superficial damage back at you. As instead of attempting to dodge, it took it and fought right back. It won the contest, but based on the means by which you attacked, you're still going to do 1 damage because it's a bonus based on the attack itself. So that's fun news for everybody. If you have modifiers in your attacks, you still have the potential to do damage if you fail, but then you've taken additional superficial, which means you're currently at 3 aggravated. Tamsin, I rolled 3. So you, I believe you just did 5 points of aggravated damage.
6 successes, and then my bite as a Garou is +1 aggravated.
+1. So 4 points of aggravated. And it's fun. It's a storytelling game of which we're in charge. I'm going to actually bump that up to 5 because of the crit. And we can hobble the individual so that they're less effective. We're not tracking things on a 5-foot square grid, but if it were to attempt to run, it would be less able at the moment.
Instead of that, can I just bite both its hands off?
Yeah.
I bite both its hands off and eat
Holy
them.
crap. Excellent.
So you just see Tamsin as this giant Eurasian wolf. She's never been in Hispo around these people before. Just jump, immediately bite off this red cap's hands. The weapon clatters to the floor, and it just has stumps for hands now. And she looks really happy about it.
This
Like wagging tail, ears up, just like covered
By
in
the
blood
way,
on
that
the
could be
snout.
because, again, they taste a little bit like sunshine. But these ones, they also have like a very smoky, jerky, like long, unadulterated and altered death effect to them, which to a very hungry wolf would just be like really happy meat, like cooked and
Look,
cured meat. That's not bad.
She doesn't get to come out to play very often, and she's hungry, so she eats its hands, and it's delicious.
Now, because we're all learning this game together, and I don't know what the appropriate term would be, I'll just say it. This guy is now bloodied. It's still upright. It's no longer holding a weapon. As a matter of fact, like, I don't know, a bone saw or something, which why would that be in a phlebotomy lab at a college, hits the floor. And you're now standing here wagging your tail while staring down this creature who is not nonplussed. Like, it's not worried at all at the loss of the hands. It's just like too wide of a grin through one aspect of your vision is staring right back at you, as if it's like, okay, that's fine. And I'm going to check in every now and then. Flynn, no dice pool. You're still happy? Cassandra, we're going to metagame just a little bit. Are you attacking one of the ones that's taking damage or the one on the right?
The one on the right.
It rolls. These dice pools aren't that big for this one. I only got 2 successes.
Yeah, 7 successes.
Son of a bitch. Okay.
This is what happens when you roll the right dice.
Hey. And what's the vision that you created for this individual who's not being attacked by anybody else?
Right.
Yeah.
So for this individual, Cassandra, being as she's kind of like trying to figure out if this is a actual thing that's happening to her, that she can do, she looks at him and sees him turn around and attack his own party.
All right. Just going to go ahead and take a quick step back. You are increasing the chances of the target being harmed by exterior forces. So what this would look
by
like...
harmed. Okay, so then actually let's read. So that laughter from the other, from the that one that Tamsin does, that laughter depict that he's getting ready, he or she is getting ready to do more damage somehow?
So the now unconscious slaw on the ground with a really creepy mouth, and I think that's why James was determined to take it out immediately. That's the one that was doing maniacal laughter.
Oh, that was the one. That was, okay.
The one that I just described as having a really creepy smile that seems all too focused on Tamsin is the next closest thing I can think of that you were potentially talking about. And what would have to happen is you mentally altering another creature then,
right,
to begin attacking it, as opposed to some of the other examples that I provided you previously. Does that make sense?
Yes. So cool. So the one that we're talking about, the one that I focused on, I think that he's going to you said they have mundane weapons? Yes,
mundane steel or iron implements that you would find in a life sciences lab.
He's going to turn the weapon on himself.
Okay, that's easy. Everybody watches as this guy is holding, and it's holding it in a way that tells you that she is adept at wielding a small, sharp blade. For that's exactly what she's holding. It's a scalpel meant for dissection or other lab implements in a life sciences space. And she takes that very small but very sharp blade and just immediately begins stabbing, gnashing, and tearing at her own torso, occasionally going for her own neck, seemingly unbothered by the gouts of blood pouring down as she takes 5 points of aggravated damage.
I think at this point, Cassandra's gonna like turn her head a little bit and smile, and then look at Flynn and just take a step back a little bit behind Flynn. And if there's a seat there, she's gonna take a seat and cross her legs.
Sure. There's absolutely a chair. It's sort of like, they clearly moved this out of the way for cleaning or for some purposes, and you absolutely take that chair. Roz, I'm going to go ahead and restate what you were doing. You have become very intimidating. Not that you weren't already. This is just different. And you have called out to the seeming mastermind of the room to stand down. I am going to roll 5 dice. That is a 4.
I will break down my dice pool for you.
Please.
For full clarity. So Roz has a combined dice pool of 8 dice for charisma, presence, and blood potency. Using Melpomene is a free action, and using Dread Gaze is a rouse check, which she had a success on.
Thank you.
In the initial roll, she got 5 successes. However, I utilize a single point of willpower to reroll 3 of those dice for an additional 1 success, an additional crit. So in total, she has 2 pairs of criticals, a success on the blood die, and a success on the willpower die, for a total of, I believe, 8.
Raise your hand if you're not Roz, and you agree that in a storytelling game such as this one, we should do cool stuff, even if it doesn't necessarily follow the rules 100%. That is unanimous. Well, everyone in the room, no one's rolled wits and awareness quite high enough to see another shimmering form up to this point. And I know Roz had stated that this statement of, withdrawing, standing down, cowing, was leveled at the, let's call it what it is, now unconscious and dying, the slaw on the ground. I am interpreting that as her wanting to take the obvious source or ringleader of the group to turn.
And I will add to you, I don't need to see them, they just need to be an earshot. So
Yeah.
mechanically, this makes sense as well.
Mechanically, this makes sense. Further off to the left in this rectangular lab space, all of a sudden unveiling is an exceedingly familiar figure from last night. One of the individuals of the 2, not 4, almost as if a similar glamour were in place, who ran you and Luca off the road. If Luca recognizes this individual, he will undoubtedly have thoughts about the person who had harmed his motorcycle in just a few moments. But as a result of your success, I'll go ahead and state that they are intimidated enough that they lose their own focus on remaining unseen, as you have now targeted and are cowing the source of the attack in the room, the primary influence working on each of these individuals. And as of right now, I would like you to make yet another wits awareness check or wits occult, your choice, and go ahead and add that extra die because you do still have some Auspex abilities running.
May I ask, while Ross is doing that, may I ask a question of table? With Cassandra sitting there just kind of observing the room now and looking around, would she see this happening, be aware of what's going on?
100%.
Okay. Can she make a make an awareness to see what? I think she wants to understand what information she can get.
Yes. We're in the whole perception versus investigation argument in my mind right now. I will have you just let's go baseline. Please hit me wits and awareness. And Roz, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. Luca, down at the bottom of the line, each of these red caps have now taken some damage. The one on the right, actively attempting to kill themselves, it seems, has taken what seems like the most damage. And the 2 on the left have taken varying degrees. One middling and one a little bit on the lower end. Who would you target with this first shot that you want to level, being the sniper that you are?
So he would rotate left. So I would assume that would be the one furthest on the right side. In regards to his rotation. So he'd start from right to left because everybody else seems to be working left to right.
Yep. The one on the right is definitely a cleaner target for that reason as well.
Yeah. He just lines up the shot and takes a couple shots at him. Full transparency, I burned a willpower point to re-roll 3 dice, and I generated with that 4 successes plus 4 for a critical success. So a total of 8 successes.
Believe it or not, you can definitely attempt to dodge a bullet in World of Darkness. And believe it or not, NPCs can have willpower, but I also started tonight saying only the slaw will have willpower. The red cap got 3, my friend. Sounds like you did 5 over.
And then that's plus 3 damage, I believe, for an AR.
For the type of rifle we're describing, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
plus 3 damage on top of that. Aggravated.
Why aggravated?
Isn't it not aggravated?
This will be because you're attacking a non-mortal, and at
yeah.
no point did the word steel-jacketed round ever come up.
That's fair. That is fair.
Not once since we've discussed weapons in this series. So what you do instead is 11 rounded down to 5.5. No, that would be D&D. You do these are super, but it is a supernatural creature. So it is rounded down to 5.5. Let's call it 5 points of superficial damage. This individual now has 7 points of aggravated damage in total. It's not looking great. This one on the right is currently feeling. If you had to think of it as being somebody fully in charge of their faculties, their next move might be to literally attempt to run past all of you and get to the door. Except they're not in charge of what they're doing right now. They're still stabbing themselves. So,
oh boy.
Yeah. Now, Roz, you had rolled because I asked you to wits and awareness or wits and occult. How'd that go?
Wits and occult with 4 successes.
That is more than sufficient for you now to see this individual who is humbly kneeling on the ground, looking sort of like terrified. But you also see like unmasked the way that they are now, sort of an additional layer of mask over their face. These damn changelings are very difficult to nail down. But this one is sort of like a malevolent, looking angrily at you, while the base features look very scared and they're actually acquiescing to the ability you've leveled in their direction. And something occurs to you with a 4. Its jaw also appears to be just a little bit distended in a way that you wouldn't that didn't look familiar from last night. Its teeth are a little bit longer in a way that didn't look familiar to you last night. You know that Fae have inhuman forms when they're unmasked, but this goes a little bit beyond the pale from the type of fairy that you're looking at currently. Yet again, things seem to be amiss with the creatures you're looking at. And Cassandra, you had rolled again before we go back up to the top.
Yeah, Cassandra rolled 2 9s, a 6, a 7, an 8, and a crit.
Okay, I believe that's 6.
Yeah.
In total?
Yeah, 6 in total, yes.
Anything 6 or higher? Yeah. 6 in... I am so sorry for having to ask, as I'm sure you can imagine there's a lot going on here and a lot to track.
Yes.
What were you seeking again? Because 6 is pretty sufficient.
So she was trying to figure out, by observing the room, she wants to see what this creature... No, she wants wants information. Because Corey's missing, people that are part of her party are missing. She wants to see what's going on. She wants to understand what this creature knows.
All right. Looking back over in Roz's direction, because you rolled occult specifically, you think, now having only interacted with this individual twice, that this seems like a fairy that others would call a puka. Pukas are tricky, but they're usually non-violently tricky to the best of their ability. They're much more mischievously childlike than some of the other fae. That was for Roz's edification, but it actually does hint towards the information that I'm about to share based on the check that was given by Cassandra. Cassandra, you're looking at this creature, and with a greater degree of success overall than what Roz had leveled, nothing against Roz, 6 is just higher than 4, you similarly notice those unusual details and that seeming degree of like drama masks where there's like the happy and the sad. This one's the scared and the angry simultaneously. And coming from the blood of Malkov, multiple personalities warring for attention at the same time. And you sort of like look over your shoulder. I guess look just a little to your left because you're behind Flynn now. You kind of look at Flynn and think about this, like warring personalities, not that uncommon, especially like in the supernatural circles. But this looks like a different type of internal war, and with a 6 you're getting the sense that this doesn't seem like a fairy who, despite being in charge, has enough power to have influential information, and yet there's that unusual influence on them that's kind of pushing itself out. It's making itself visible to each and every one of you in its own ire within the puka you're looking at, for it is a puka type of changeling. That entity might be able to tell you some things. Okay. Think about that when we come around again. Everyone, all 3 of the red caps, and now this other individual who, in the act of being unmasked, is able to be scented by Garou, who are in non-humid form or homid forms. They're visible to all kindred in the room, who have in some way, shape, or form, before entering the space, activated an Aspect's ability to either sense the unseen or to simply have heightened senses. Ben, you're aware of 4 non-neutralized threats. You're actively attacking one of them. What are you doing?
Ben's going to, similar to Luca, but more on a wolf mentality, that the creature he's attacking is the creature that he's going to continue to attack until
100%.
it stops moving.
Process of elimination.
So we'll do another nine dice to roll.
We're attacking the same target. Tamsin, are you attacking the same target?
Each round, though, do I get the push to recover as well?
I've been waiting for someone to verbalize that. I guess that was my job. Yes.
I heard the comment, but I didn't know when. I didn't know if it was once per scene or once per round.
Technically, what's it say actually on the reference sheet that you have in front of you? Not in the book. Not in the book. It's on the character sheet.
It just, the card just says regenerate 1 health per rage.
Yeah.
Okay. I was hoping, actually, in my memory, it was more detailed. You can do that for each round, I believe.
Okay.
Which sounds broken, but when I was watching another live play, they were doing it each round.
I mean, it does, but then at the same time, if I get the 4 rage, it's not a good thing anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to roll the rage check first.
How many do you have presently?
2.
Cool.
Yeah, nothing crazy. And that was a success.
Excellent. And you can take back 1 aggravated point of damage, I believe.
Yeah. And I didn't take... Did I take an aggravated last time or no?
You took a superficial, which pushed you into the... because you had a full bar of superficial, every damage you take now, even if it would be superficial normally, becomes aggravated.
Okay, so 3 would then go back down to 2.
Yes.
Got it. Cool. That's fine.
Everyone, it's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So you're building your pool, Tamsin. Once again, you're attacking the same creature. You want to build your strength brawl?
Yeah.
I've had so many windows open. I only just saw you have the ears on. That is so fun. Okay. Okay. And Flynn, I got to ask, are we still hanging?
I think while most of him is just they've got it handled, there's a couple of the voices in the back of his mind that's but we could do something.
Yeah, you oddly get this sense, and it could be one of the voices in the back of your mind, and there could be 2 of them as a matter of fact, because for all we know, there's 1 investigator each assigned to the people that you're working with in this case. And the 2 people you have assigned up here on focusing on Roz's and Cassandra's activities tell you, I don't know, it seems like they're doing stuff that's yielding a lot of information to them, even though we don't know the information. So yes, you could be doing something, whether it's physical or mental.
And I think what Flynn is going to do, and it didn't work so well for me last time, but it's fine. Now that the changeling is kind of out in the open and we're able to see, and there's kind of, whether Flynn can see it at the moment or not, that duality of 2 different entities warring for a space, he's going to try to use premonition on the changeling.
Please make a rouse check for your hunger.
Oh, that's just the 1 die, right?
Correct.
All right.
1 hunger die.
That is a success.
Excellent. Now, you're concentrating on a premonition. You're seeking details about the future. But for another rouse check, I could even offer you the past. Which direction are you leaning in?
He's leaning more to the past because he wants the context to why they are what they are right now.
Now, if you're not Flynn, please raise your hand if, once again, this is a fun storytelling game and we should be able to do cool stuff. Yeah. All right. That's quorum. Okay. Luca doesn't want that for you, but that's totally fine.
I see how it is.
No, we had done this for Cassandra in, I believe, the 3rd chapter at her bookstore. And if you make another hunger rouse check for me, please, we can absolutely go back into the past, because there is a Vampire the Masquerade ability that lets you look into the past. I do believe, however, it's an Auspex 5 or Auspex 5 ability, and this being a mini series, we might not get that far.
Not get that far.
So,
that's a success.
That's another success. You stare at this creature, and as you consider them, you're picturing them as they are, and you're visually in your mind unpacking the trauma that's visible on their face at the moment. You're looking beyond the present moment into the past, and what you can see is this individual over the course of what seems to be about 2 years in the city of Portland being belittled by their chosen community in a way that unfortunately does make sense to you, yet simultaneously does not, because as you look at numerous scenes flashing by in a brief montage, and I'm doing a quick explanation for you as opposed to going into a full scene just because we're in combat at the moment, you see them ostracized, belittled, pushed away in a city that, as far as you're aware of, is largely dominated by changing breeds, such as the Garou around you and the vampires who have taken power in the city of Portland over the last century and a half. But you're aware that the Fae have been here for quite some time. Yet, all Fae just want to go back to Arcadia. All Fae are trying to find whimsy to return to the dreaming. This is a basic understanding of Changeling the Dreaming that I'm talking about here that I've only just sort of looked into. But with how down this individual has been over the last 2 years, you see a shadow come over them roughly 2 weeks ago that is no longer Fae influence and presence, but they literally were attacked spiritually. You see them as they are being ripped apart in mind and soul, and that mind and soul, instead of slowly stitching back together, the open gaps that were made are filled in with a violent spirit. You see the exact sequence of events that led to this being downtrodden, belittled, and mentally and emotionally beaten up to the point that, seemingly without warning, one day, just existing in the city, it becomes possessed. And I rambled much longer than I wanted to. The bare details there are focusing on how not included in its community it was, how sad they were, and becoming possessed by a violent spiritual and mental attack. This individual is confirmed possessed. So sorry, everybody. I had to think about that as I was talking about it.
I think as Flynn goes into that premonition, one, Cassandra would see that, hey, successful one is happening. And then as soon as he snaps back out of it, it's just a quick, that one's possessed. And that's it.
Cool. Everyone in the room is a little distracted, but nevertheless is capable of hearing the words you just leveled. Mm-hmm. All right. After Flynn, we go back towards some of the other active elements in the space. Cassandra.
Yes.
You hear those words before anybody else does, especially since Flynn is right in front of you. You see that hand point in that direction. You already knew there was a warring personality in there, and without having to ponder it any longer, you get a confirmation. Possession.
Mm-hmm. Cassandra, she still wants to know, but being that she, oddly enough, is enjoying the scene, she's just going to sit back and wait a little bit to see what's going to happen and not do much of anything else.
That is a viable option, especially considering I did Luca's turn and then I went to Ben and I forgot to keep attacking you people as the red caps. So really quick, just going back in time a moment. They are two of them now. No, I'm sorry. One of them is going to continue stabbing themselves in the chest. And on this round, they take an additional point of aggravated damage simply by way of continuing to exist. However, one immediately attacks Ben again, and one is going to attack Tamsin again. Tamsin, do you want to dodge, or do you want to take the brunt of it and potentially redirect it away, or do you want to forego all defenses and attack back at the same time?
I'm going to attack back at the same time. I'm a little mad. About it.
Please give me a strength brawl.
Is it cool if I use the roll I just did to apply to this? Because I already rolled one for the thing we were going to do.
Sure. Or if you feel good about that one, you can roll a different one as your defense right now. Your call.
I'm gonna like have to mark down what I'm doing and then come back.
No, I already rolled, so I'm going to stick with the roll for continuity for myself.
Thank you all for your patience with me. I totally forgot that I'm supposed to be hurting you right now. All right, first one against Ben. In my head, I was like, James, no. Jackson, no. But also a different character.
All of those, but then some. Yeah, so that's going to be dexterity. And what was the other thing I'm looking at?
If you're seeking to simply dodge, it is dex and athletics.
That's right. No, which is still 8. 3, 6, 7, 8. 8, 2.
I rolled a 6, and Tamsin.
Golly.
I rolled a 5.
Okay, I got 3 successes.
All right, you do 1 damage back in its direction, but you take 2 points of superficial damage, which no, I'm sorry. You took his hands off. Oh, okay. What happens is, again, just seems totally fine with the fact that its hands are gone, because in lightning fast moves, it darts forward and similarly bites down on sort of your neck, shoulder, rough area, and it does not do superficial damage. This is one of the ones who has, like, the animators just stopped drawing. There's a straight line of bone material both on the top and the bottom, but it's razor sharp. And as it digs in, you feel, unlike some of the other times you've been hurt from outward sources before, genuine pain as it tears flesh away, and you do take 2 points of aggravated damage.
Can I say, so I don't. I'm going to take 1. I'm going to tell you for why. Because Tamsin has been wearing the same top that she's been wearing since the start of this series. And what's weird is when she transformed, it sort of adjusted to her size, and that's not normal. And as you see, as it bites into the shoulder, you see the top completely unravel, and like little spiders run all over her body and runs away. And I'm going to convert 1 of the aggravated damage to superficial as it burns through my orb weaver cloth.
Everybody, glasswalkers are pretty rad.
Yeah, other than that was disgusting.
And they all skitter away, and they're like little ghost spiders that go.
Now, for the record, it does take the 1 point because you are in your Hispo form. So you took your damage, but it also took its damage. Ben, you rolled and got
5.
5? Okay. So it's still attempting only to attack you with a weapon at the moment. Terrible instructions from whoever was giving it commands, unfortunately. And as a result, you do take just the 1 point of superficial damage. I'm not adding for the weapons because they're so like, I'm from a lab, rink-a-dink.
Yeah.
Right. Now we're back to actually focusing on your guys' activity. We ended with Cassandra, Roz, and Luca. We're coming now to you. Roz, you had successfully revealed the perpetrator, the puppet master, the real big bad, at least of the scene. What do you do now?
Roz is going to take one of the lab counter stools, drag it across the floor, set it beside Bapuka, and promptly sit down next to it, with her hands coming down to pet its hair in what could be interpreted as a gentle manner. Except for where her comes down is a bit too heavy, the way her nails sort of dig against the scalp a bit too sharp, and it carries the underlying threat. But if it were to get up, she has the vampiric speed to grab it by the hair and shove it back down. And she's essentially making sure that this puka doesn't go anywhere, but also she's keeping very close to it and keeping a close eye on it to see if there's any issues from the control over it exerting more influence in a way that might compromise its integrity to answer more questions in the future.
Do me a favor. Give me charisma or manipulation and intimidation.
Charisma and intimidation.
And based on your previous success, I would like you to add a die from the discipline use, which is still active for the duration of the scene.
Excellent.
Now, everybody, once again, World of Darkness combat, little hinky, because we normally start with intent and then we go from there. Roz, you're going to build that pool, and then I'll ask you for the resolution in just a moment. Finally, Luca, thank you for your patience. We still have 3 active targets, I say active quote unquote, because one of them is undoubtedly going to end its own life on the next scene because it's still stabbing itself in the chest and neck.
Nice.
And then we have the newly revealed target who seems very subdued in some way, shape, or form. What do you want to do now? It's no longer as clean of a shot if you're going for the active threats, but they are still there. Or you can shoot the one that's stabbing itself just to get it that much closer to death.
That's true. The rest are all pretty localized around the rest of the team?
Yes.
All right. Well, I mean, Luca's proficient in his field, so he's going to continue taking shots. So he's going to shoot the one that's closest to Tamsin that just bit into her.
That one has taken more damage overall as well. That's a prudent decision. I was going to remind you of that if you needed the info. So go ahead and ready the same pool you had previously. Back to the top. Ben, you attacked. How'd you do?
5 points. 5.
5. I rolled. I only got 3. So you do how many points?
3.
3. That's correct. 3 points of aggravated damage. This one is now considered bloodied, and you're getting the sense, looking in its eyes, from how the puka is currently engaging with Roz, that it's regaining some composure and control. So it does take that 3. That puts it at a whopping 4 points of aggravated damage presently.
Also, real quick, since I did pop the regen, does that regen all superficial at the same time or no?
Would you mind looking that up?
Yep, I can look that up.
That'd be great. That way I can keep this moving forward.
Nope,
I
you're
appreciate
good.
it. Mm-hmm. All right, and if necessary, upon looking it up, if you have the opportunity to roll again and want to do so, we'll resolve that. Tamsin, I got 4 successes on a dodge.
I only got 2 on my bite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll a rage check to regen my 1 aggravated that I have.
Sure.
Which I succeed on, so I get rid of that 1 aggravated, which is very nice.
Perfect.
And then I know Luca's firing shots. I think I'm just going to run towards Roz and be up there to support the whatever's going on with the new thing that's been revealed when they said it's possessed, because she's like, I can do something about that, and I'm not as good down here, so I'm going to run up the steps to go and sit by Roz, wagging tail, covered in blood, and just like nuzzle up to Roz and be like, ooh, ooh.
All right. And of course, it takes an attack of opportunity. I'm kidding. This isn't D&D. All right. Cool. You move over there. And Flynn, you were doing something. I can't remember.
It was just the premonition.
Huzzah. Okay. We resolved that as it was. And Cassandra, you were taking a bead back. Are you still satisfied with that?
She's still satisfied with taking a bead back. She sees Roz doing the things that Roz does. She's a little intrigued and seems to go to get up, but because shots are being fired, she remains in her seat, seemingly in a very relaxed state, kind of just like waiting to see what happens.
Excellent.
The
Now,
type of energy that Luca brings. Calm.
like, just another day. Cool. Now, Roz, I asked you to, with your stated action, you're rolling with the success you had previously, but to see how effective it is when something I do in just a moment goes, I asked you to intimidate this creature. How did you do? I was looking for a minimum of 4.
That was a 2 on the charisma intimidation because I do not have any extra dice in intimidation. However, I do have stunning. Would you allow me to add 2 extra dice to this social roll on the back that it was coming off the dread gaze, which is technically an intimidating thing?
Gonna draw this out a little, but not much. Everybody just raise your hands. Cool. Sounds good. Add those 2 dice, please.
Please. Only 3 successes in total.
All right.
But I have a Tamsin vet too.
You still have a little bit of control over the situation as established by your discipline power. I was just wondering if it would be that much more effective in just a moment. But until we finish with Luca, we won't know exactly what I'm implying. Luca, you took a shot. It's a much cleaner target now. And this dodge, thank you for the sound effect. This dodge. Okay. Same exact result. 3.
That's going to be a whopping 6 on his shot. So 6 plus the 3 for damage.
Yep. So 6 minus 3 is 3 plus 3. So 6 points of superficial makes 3 points of aggravated on a creature that has already taken 6 points. Despite its maw still chewing upon pieces of Tamsin that were literally torn away from her, looking in the direction she just ran with a sort of confused degree of consideration, like, do I keep this meal going in that direction, or hold on, what am I doing here? As it's considering itself, you right through the eyes. As a matter of fact, this is a sort of situation where it could be multiple shots. But how exactly do you take it down?
Look at giving the environment. Probably going to want to go center of mass to minimize any collateral damage to the schoolroom, whatever, the lab room. You don't want bullet casings and bullet holes in the walls and whatnot. So yeah, he's going to go center of mass, drill it right in the heart, and drop it there, nice and clean.
Oh yeah, it's kind of you to think about the insurance policy for the school that way. So sure enough, very bright, almost too bright blood, as I hadn't described the cover previously, sort of spatters out through the front with this new hole that has been set in its chest, and an odd scent once again of that like burnt but tasty meat fills the room as its lifeblood pours out. That does bring us down to the bottom, wherein one remaining not asleep redcap finishes stabbing itself to death very heartily, like absolutely ruining that turkey carving, if you will, of its upper chest and neck region, and still like in its death throes occasionally like moves and stabs and continues the motion as it similarly is just pouring its blood to the floor. And then the last one, who's taken the least amount of damage, full shaded, James, but still a sufficient amount of damage, like that hunger, some anger that comes along with partaking in any battle, is now joined by a little bit of confusion and accounting of its current position and circumstances. Remember how I said no attack of opportunity just a moment ago? This individual is going to make a dexterity and athletics roll simply for its ability to leave the room and keep going, how effectively it can get out of the space, because its intended action is to leave the classroom.
That's fair.
This is the slough?
The slough is fully incapacitated.
Oh, okay,
this
This
is
one of the red caps.
The one of the red caps. Okay.
Yeah. And it's difficult to gauge how this will go. Again, I didn't state a difficulty, and on 3 successes, that meets the bare minimum to get outside the room and maybe go like another 5 to 10 feet. If we're going with a liminal storytelling based system. But it is out of its combat. It tears the door open, pouring unwanted light onto the space. And KJ, can you please roll a d10? Just a single d10 for me, please. And at the same time, Sam, would you mind telling me odds or evens?
Say that one more time.
Odds or evens?
Even.
Cool. Hey, KJ, how'd you do?
5.
Great. Thank you for that. You get the sense that somebody got the briefest glimpse into the room in the time that the door was open. And you, Flynn, and the reason I chose Sam and KJ were because they are the closest to and the most likely to be paying at least some attention to said door. So that guy leaves entirely. Now, the juicier bit, the one that I was alluding to previously with Roz, the changeling wants to stay where it is. The changeling's not 100% in charge of its faculties at present, and as a result, warring against your previous significant degree of success now by way of a willpower check, the difficulty of which I'm setting at 6, the willpower it contains based on its stats, only being 4. I need a critical success for this creature to take over. I did not get that. But wrenching in its stagnant form, knees on the ground, you see this individual not tied up, not at all, wrenching, tearing its way across the floor just a few inches in a way that you still feel like you have a good hold on the situation, especially now with a bleeding but not bloodied Tamsin standing over the situation with you. It's still nevertheless fighting itself. If anybody here has seen Fight Club, this is Edward Norton's character having realized that Brad Pitt was him in his own mind all along, watching the security footage where he's like dragging across the floor when in reality he's pushing himself. You're sort of getting that vibe from this changeling at the moment there, wherein it's a literal attack. And to keep it interesting, okay, only a slight amount of blood begins pouring from the corner of one nose or one nostril and one eye on the same side. That is, however, all that individual is going to be capable of doing at the moment. All right, everyone. The obvious threats have ended in some way, shape, or form, but just to ensure that we've taken all actions that we wanted to in this combat, we're all the way back at the top. Ben, any intent, knowing full well that the slaw, the initial creature you attacked, is fully passed out, bleeding out on the floor. The only remaining red cap in the room that's not dead is asleep, and the puka is seemingly currently held and restrained in some way, shape, or form by two of your companions. What do you have, if anything?
Can I tell that the puka is that they're trying to interrogate the puka?
Choose any of the 3 mental stats and add that to insight for me, please. So that's
goes anywhere.
All right. And I'm going to jump forward. Tamsin, any intent now that you're standing over the puka?
I'm going to shift back to Glabro. Do I need to rage check if I shift down in form still? Is that still a rage check?
Sure do.
You sure do.
I'm going to shift down. I'm going to roll a rage check, which I don't succeed, but I'd like to re-roll because of my tea drinking ability, please. Which is legitimately the ability of my tea that I've been drinking.
Yes.
I still fail, so I tried my best.
You're what does that put you at now? I believe 2? 3. Interesting. Okay. Just fucking bleeding from the shoulder. Great. And you got to rebuild that spider shirt.
I do.
You're used to this level of aggravation, and the tea usually helps you to keep away from getting to a 3 in range, but right now you're a little bit testier than you'd want to be, especially under the current circumstances.
I think is Ben gonna run up the stairs right now towards me, like where the puka is?
Now, I know you said stairs previously. That's not the exact classroom structure that I was picturing previously. Yeah.
Is he going to run towards where the puka is? Where he is at right now?
So I would not have... I mean, I'm sure my senses would not pick up this. So Ben's going to do exactly what he normally does, which is remove the threat.
I'm going to stand in Ben's way and just go, wait, to the alpha, because I'm feeling testy and I feel I can tell the alpha to wait.
I didn't go near the puka is the problem.
There was a difficulty of 5 to gain the full sense of things in the room because I hadn't stated it. How'd you? Yeah, 2. Cool. You didn't even meet my base difficulty, my friend.
No, I didn't think I would. I only had to pull a 3, so I wasn't going very far.
If your actual action that you would want to take is to heartily finish off a sleeping redcap or to challenge your 2 friends to take on the puka, which of those 2 sounds appealing if you're seeking to fully neutralize threats?
Neither of those 2. I had a third option.
Oh, cool. Never mind. It's not that I forgot about it. I just wasn't sure if you would go that way. Okay, cool. Guess what? Ooh, are you gonna blast through the door, or are you gonna try to manipulate it with your teeth?
Luca's on his way out that way as well. So
no, I'm not. No, I'm gonna walk over to the slough and I'm gonna bite it in the neck.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
and I'm gonna remove it from its life.
There we go. Hey, look at me guessing incorrectly the whole way down.
Oh, oh no!
Oh darn!
You seem kind of stoked. No, James, no dice necessary.
I didn't think so. With it already.
No defense. I have no dodge roll, no nothing. You would have to literally critically fail. Never mind, James. As soon as I thought of the notion of critically failing, I would like you to please make a strength and brawl check for me. Tamsin,
2,
you were
4, 6,
shifting
8.
forms. Is there anything else you wanted on this turn?
I wanted, now that we know noise has been made, I look around and I go, we need to get in Glabro. It's like, we need to get out of here. Find anything you need to find. And I'm like, Roz, we need to get this guy out of here to interrogate him.
Now, it's been possibly 30 seconds in this scene that we've been playing through in this chapter tonight. But in the previous chapter, just as a reminder to everybody, you came here ideally to find and or meet up with Tamsin's contact, the Kindred Tremere, Dr. Jackson Lopez, who had come here in the previous evening on a lead that was given to you guys to look into Hecata activity and possibly a body removal site also in the vicinity. And in this space was also rumored by way of the conversation with Dr. Jackson Lopez, evidence of research being performed on the blood of Sarah Adams, the Heart Warden Garou who lost the wolf, a la events that took place before the campaign in one of our practice sessions, who we met in the first chapter. So there are things to try to find here in the space, possibly by turning on computers or looking for more antiquated ways of information storage. And that is what Tamsin is indicating at present.
Yeah, so sorry, I was just going to say to Roz, I'm like, Roz, you've got this, right? In that case, I'm gonna run to where I know like the offices would be with like either hard drives or information, and just run to try and like find anything useful in there that I can get my hands on.
Excellent. Now, each of these lab classrooms is primarily meant just for lab work. However, you do know that specifically with reference to study results, you can certainly find computers, not in a separated room, but just in the corner, not too far from where you're currently standing, with the puka in the corner with Roz. So you run over to the computer, and I would like you to immediately diving into it, which we'll get into if and when this combat comes to an end, which sounds sarcastic, but it's more of an indicator that we are nearing the end of combat. Please give me, I believe it'll be technology and intelligence. Build that pool just to get that started, see how effectively you can do so.
Would
Flynn.
my specialty of data mining come into use for this?
Of course. Okay. Flynn, a threat has just run out beside you. All other threats appear to be handled. What's next?
So you said that we may or may not have seen at least one person see the inside of this room?
Correct.
Flynn is going to go to the door and just sneak, not being too terribly quiet, but just because he's clean.
Yeah.
Looks fine.
Yeah.
Is going to just go out the door, close it behind him, and is going to use cloud memory on whatever person may have seen into this room to make them forget the last 5 minutes.
I'm going to jump forward in the order. Luca, you walk out at about the same time with a gun.
Oh, no, Luca wouldn't have walked out with the gun. He's a professional, all right? So he would have folded the buttstock, disassembled, stashed it, or at the very least leave it in the room with the rest of the team.
That would likely be the prudent measure if you're going for speed.
Yeah. He's investigating the hallways, seeing... He's stalking whoever might have seen into the room, and just keeping his distance and trying to identify what direction threats would be coming from if that's going to be the case.
Yeah, go ahead.
But with Flynn doing what Flynn does, granted, Luke is not going to know that, but he's still being preemptive and taking precautionary measures just in case.
So for the two of you, as you consider your actions, one, Flynn, you walk out and what you see is a young woman, and she has a backpack over her shoulders. She's holding a coffee cup. She has circles under her eyes. Unfortunately, this definitely seems to be a student who deserves to go home and get some rest, and unfortunately is pushing herself to meet some form of standard, possibly akin to what was described in the initial scene of the session with Tamsin, looking confusedly at the door that you just walked through and looking down the hall at an individual who, just for the stack moment in time, is probably only like a good 20, 25, possibly 30. They're limping whilst attempting to run away, leaving a blood trail. They don't look like a red cap. This human looking down the hall is seeing the mask, the seeming of the changeling. So a bloody person, totally normal person with blood coming off of them, is running down the hall, and she saw interesting things when she looked through the door. She's a semi-prepared simply by way of being alert human, yet with a very low pool to go against modify memory. Would you mind reading off the pool that you're going to use and the pool that I need to defend with?
Let me pull the stat back up.
And as you look at that, Luca, you arrived at the door, taking the magazine and the round from the chamber with you. That you could do quickly. It's much faster to take those than it is to fully disassemble the weapon. You leave the weapon behind. You arrive at the door just as it's about to close fully, and sneak out right behind Flynn. Flynn's hand is possibly reaching for the shoulder to get the attention of this person. We don't want to guide that action, but you see, just by way of my brief explanation, Flynn seems to be handling that. Looking to your left, running down the hallway, only like 10 yards or 30-ish feet away, and definitely limping, and as you look down, a blood trail is moving heartily away, trying to exit the space.
Okay.
And what are you going to pursue?
Oh, absolutely. If Luca comes to the assumption that Flynn's handling the observer, then Luca's going to continue stalking the red cap to not completely out in the distance, but he's going to stalk it a good way.
Now, there are classrooms with glass windows sort of at the 3/4 point or the half point, and then there are additional fire doors like the one that you broke into. Not every door that has a glass window has lights on within, and absolutely zero fire door gives you any indication as to whether or not there is work or class in session. So you don't know if any of the doors without light being cast on the left or the right going down the hallway are open. And the reason I bring all of this up is you're gonna catch up to this red cap who is injured, since you are not. And what's your plan when you get to them? That determines the dice pool I'm gonna ask you to put together on what seems like this last round of combat.
I'm gonna wait till we're out of till the two of us are completely isolated, and preferably close to a dumpster or some type of disposal system. And I'm going to approach from behind quietly, and I'm going to stab them in the throat.
What I have to ask you to do then is choose either an active, and I assume you're going to go with active, or a social stealth roll. Social stealth will allow you to not look like somebody who enjoys Assassin's Creed too much, hunkering down the side of a hallway with potential civilian people observing you, attempting to be that sneaky person, like the Mega 64 YouTube videos of old with people running around Balboa Park in San Diego. Or a social stealth roll, which has you very quickly following without making it obvious that you're following. The difference, of course, being stealth as the skill either way, but either dexterity or manipulation as the attribute. And I'm going to tell you right now, the red cap is not paying close attention to what's behind them, but they're not paying attention. And your stealth roll will determine whether or not they notice you are actively pursuing them. And it assumes it's not going to go unadulterated. So it is a little alert, but it's not rolling at its best because it's focused on getting away. So I'll put together that pool. And just like we've done in previous rounds, Roz, Cassandra, you're the only persons I haven't checked on in this last round. The fight seems to have come to an end, but there's definitely still challenges at bay, especially with Roz actively keeping hold on this individual with a war within themselves. What's up? Both of you.
Do you want to go first, Cassandra?
Yeah, so Cassandra sees that Roz is holding on to the puka, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Is the puka actively bleeding, or just kind of like was actively being from being injured, or actively being from being possessed?
It's difficult to make certain what caused a little bit of blood to start pouring from its eye and face holes. But it's not a constant stream. Might answer your question, yes.
And the slough is bleeding from the wound from Ben.
The slough is exceptionally dead, and its dead body is bleeding pretty heavily because Ben decided to finish it off, yes.
That's right. Okay. So Cassandra's going to straighten her clothes, and she's going to stand up from her seat, and she's going to casually walk over to where Roz is. And I think because Cassandra's still injured, she's going to see the blood as a source of healing for her, a source to assuage her hunger. So I think that's what's going to happen.
All right. And let's say, hypothetically speaking, that I'm not the world. I'm not the NPC characters, and instead I'm a human being named Sam who's a little bit tired and didn't hear the target. Are you going for the sleeping red cap, or are you going for the puka?
For the puka.
Okay,
Oh.
cool.
I
Now,
thought you were going for the slough. I was like, oh, that's going to be an interesting conversation.
Oh no. For the puka. The slough's dead.
mine. Yeah. No, that
Yeah.
did not happen. So you approach the puka, and in its current state, it is writhing and wriggling ever so slightly. So I would need for you to make a check to grab
Mhm.
onto it if you would seek to grab and feed. Is your intent to feed upon the puka?
Yes.
Okay. At present, then, you are actually going to be rolling strength or dex in brawl. And you're building the pool just like everybody else. Roz.
Could Roz try to dissuade Cassandra from targeting the puka
And
by
that's
telling
why...
her,
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm tired.
we need this one. That one's still fresh, and she's going to nod towards the perfectly intact red cap that is also knocked out and by far an easier, healthier target.
So there is... In Dungeons and Dragons, sometimes a dungeon master, with reference to PvP, whether it's combat or social situations, will ask for a passive ability on the part of the defender, especially if both people are taking active actions. And I'm going to do that now. Sam,
Mm-hmm.
if you were to look at Cassandra's stats, what would be the pool that you would put together as either composure or resolve plus... No, you know what? Just composure and resolve put together. What's that pool?
5.
5. Your passive result to take half would then be 2.5, rounded down to 2.
Okay.
I don't think you like that, though, as a difficulty for Roz.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think
what I'll have you do then is just roll that.
Well, I will say
Mhm.
this before we go there. I think Cassandra, seeing that Roz is holding on to this thrashing puka, and because Roz was the only one to acknowledge, really, aside from Ben, that Corey was missing back at the bookstore, and gave her some type of understanding and care about it, she's going to look at Roz, take a deep breath, and just nod once and go after the red cap.
Understood. Sleeping target cannot save. And I'm not going to do to you what I'm doing to James, because it's more funny if I just do it to James. Yes. And Roz, Cassandra, no roll necessary, seems assuaged by your obvious attempts to maintain control in the situation and redirect her, because that did happen. And what now is your action?
She is going to sort of pull the puka's head back so she can look down and meet it directly in his eyes. And she will try to use compulsion to address more so what's trying to exert influence over it and say, leave its mind alone. Which is charisma plus dominate against resolve and intelligence.
Not a great pool for the creature within, I'm not going to lie. Okay. Well, it's not a crit, but it is 0.
That was a 3.
Yeah, I think you win.
Yeah.
So, what happens more than anything else is the body of this puka stills, and a very malevolent look on now not only sort of the mask you can see past using a variety of abilities, but the actual face of the puka is frowning with deepening intensity looking at you, and you can see sort of like the lip curls growing deeper, and sort of like the chin is becoming more distended in every couple of seconds that this creature is now just staring at you. It seems to be exerting its influence in other ways, but it is no longer actively fighting and paying attention to you. And I know we just resolved your thing. Yeah, we'll go back to the top as we did previously. We're all learning. Ben, I asked you to do a check, even though you were going to succeed no matter what, because I thought it'd be interesting to see if you frenzy. How'd that check go?
6.
Then you did not frenzy. Tamsin, you were hacking into the computer. We're trying to see how expeditiously you can get started on attempting to find the information that was relevant to your originally coming here. How did that roll go?
So I'm going to break down my dice pool like Ros did, because I did some jiggery pokery while the other guys were doing things. So
Yep.
I have 8 dice total for technology using my specialty. I rolled 4 successes.
Okay.
I then burned a willpower to re-roll 3, and I got 2 successes. Successes. And so now I had 6 successes total.
You sure do. And the computer has a dodge pool. I'm kidding. The computer can't dodge. So I'm always going to bite myself in the ass by not stating difficulties ahead of time, but one day I'll learn, possibly by chapter 6. And 6 is going to be more than sufficient for you to not only get into the computer, because that was the biggest challenge. They're not unlocked. You needed some form of a domain and a password to get in. That immediately bypassed. You're able to use an admin backdoor using some of your Glasswalker abilities to get into the computer. Doing some stuff that would make James in real life a little bit insecure with reference to what he does for a living. You're able to dive deep into an S drive, which would have otherwise been password protected, going into the actual school server, and you find in a hidden folder what appears to be what should just be private files in this particular S folder between an admin unnamed. It just says admin, and no, it's just in an admin folder, and the admin folder appears to have quote unquote blank blood files as one folder within, and what's called Furby blood files in another folder. So you've found them. Is there a thumb drive nearby, or are you gonna dive into them and start reading right here, right now?
Sam, you know Tamsin has a thumb drive in the bag. Come on. What is this, amateur hackers hour up in here? She has a thumb drive in the bag.
Excellent. With a 6, I'll go ahead and state that you're able to get that information locked and loaded going into the computer. That's kind of the chief thing you would be looking for from a computer, but is there anything else you would be seeking beyond, like, the blood research?
Anything that seems to have been rapidly destroyed or tried to be dismantled that could contain information, like in a bin, or someone's left like some smashed discs somewhere else, or it looks like they've been put in a biohazard bin or something like that.
We'll get to that at the end of the round. I was just asking you for the sake of you having a heading. Now, Flynn, that dice pool. What did you roll, and what do I need to roll? Because I forgot to ask you ahead of time for my defense.
So I rolled Charisma and Dominate, which is only a dice pool of 3, and I got successes on all 3 dice. And then you're rolling Wits and Resolve.
I did not crit. I did not succeed. This human's memory is actively being modified. Just for fun, a little bit of flavor, in one sentence, what do they think happened instead? Because I don't think you can eliminate it entirely, but...
Just because it's college, and I think it's a little bit funny, instead of the gore that possibly was seen and funky stuff, it's more of like a couple or two that are getting up to some hijinks that they should not be doing in the classroom.
And you hear her like mumble ever so slightly, just kind of like, oh God, it's been too long. And she looks at you awkwardly as if, oh my God, did he hear me just say that? Surely he saw that too. And like she begins shuffling even faster back down the hallway. You can tell you were successful, but this individual who appears to be strung out in some way, shape, or form pauses for a moment and looks at the ground and like seems confused again. And as you look toward the ground, fuck, there's all that blood that was left behind as the other individual was running down the hallway. So the memory has been modified, but that's not bulletproof if they can have this memory brought back.
So kind of what I was thinking to avail that is the person they saw running out looks to be a feminine individual.
Oh,
so
God.
It's like, you know.
Oopsie. That's
where my brain went to try to account for that.
So there there's a whole chart somewhere in one of these World of Darkness books that actually deals in degrees of success over the base. And in my opinion, there would need to be way more success to justify the quantity of blood than I'm
Sure.
personally imagining. But I'm going to do something for, I believe, the 4th time tonight. Raise your hands if you want this to work, because it sounds interesting, but you're not Flynn. Yes, that's a
For those
unanimous.
with a heavy flow, relatable content, it should stand.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I never said, yeah, it looks as though there's like 6 ounces, and then 10 feet later there's like another like 12 ounce. No, I never was specific. I was just thinking it was a lot. So we'll go ahead and go with that. This individual goes, oh my, was briefly jealous and now is no longer jealous, just in different contexts. As she stops being confused, realizing what might have happened, and continues walking, you can see she's now edging much further away from the splotches towards the wall, because even if she's familiar, you don't want to deal with other people's. So we're out of order simply by way of how I had the actions described previously. Luca, you had rolled either a social or a literal stealth, and I'll tell you now, my wits awareness was only a 3. How'd you do?
I did composure, because Luca's not trying to look conspicuous to the other college kids, so he's just being casual as possible. So I rolled 2 successes plus 2 crits for a total of 6.
Yeah, 3, 6, 3. Yeah, 6 wins, and as a result, you're this individual kind of like looks behind them, and there was a lot happening in that dark room. And for the most of the time they were in that conflict with you, it doesn't seem as though they are, and you'll find this out for certain later, that they were fully in charge of their faculties. As a result, they do at a certain point do the over-the-shoulder check and spot you, but you're comporting yourself in such a fashion that you're not obviously attempting to follow and track this person. Other people in the hall are like, well, what's this guy's deal? Because you are still walking around without a shirt and in a vest with Fabio hair. And I believe
arm bracers and everything.
And even without a weapon, you have a certain je ne sais quoi, because I believe on your sheet, one of your merits is beautiful, or is it stunning?
Stunning.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Stunning.
So you're drawing attention. Even the red cap for a moment was just kind of like, hello, but remember it's actively bleeding out and keeps going. But you do make your way outside, moving at a sufficient speed to continuously have it gain distance from you, but not so much that you're worried about having that remain the case once you get outside. Sure enough, for the sake of ease and explanation, there will be a time in the next minute where you'll both be outside and you're pretty confident you can catch up to it. Because
tell you what would be more interesting for Luca to find is if they arrived in a vehicle or some type of transportation, then he would strike.
Okay.
That would be, because then he's already packaged and ready to go for whenever somebody does eventually find him. And then I can do some investigations and see if there's anything inside the car.
I similarly think that would be more interesting, but we've gone with a narrative that the Red Caps didn't know what they were doing here. So doesn't know to go running for a car and is instead going to go with your initial idea.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of, that sounds more fun and more interesting, but that would actively break what I was establishing with the Red Caps for the story. So instead, we would instead go with, for narrative simplicity, you successfully catching it as it's running alongside a bin or a utility door or a etc. And just because I'm always willing and able to have certain characters who haven't had too many bad things happen to them potentially have a chance to frenzy, please go ahead and make either a brawl or melee, because we're not doing firearms, and dexterity or strength, depending on whether or not you're using melee or etc. Just roll some dice for me. You should know I'm basically just looking to see if you critically failed. That's all that's at stake here. And Cassandra,
yes,
you are feeding upon a downed red cap, and as described previously, you're getting notes of breakfast jerky, aka bacon. You're getting notes of brisket. These are tastes you probably haven't had in a long time unless a target you've fed upon recently ate such things, and I mean very recently. And you're also feeling warm and comfortable. As a matter of fact, you're the first being in the cohort who's bitten into one of these creatures that isn't a wolf, and as such, the blood affects you differently. in such a fashion that pleasant social activities that you engage in, like speaking with individuals, trying to persuade, not necessarily coerce, but not necessarily coerce, might now stand to have a little bit of a benefit. You have a little bit more of a human glow to your skin that would normally only be granted with a blush of life. In a similar fashion, however, you feel a little bit of a deficit come over you with reference to your ability to focus on some things. So feeding directly on one of these fey creatures with the intent to either sate hunger or heal is now actively affecting your attributes with a +1 to social and a -1 to mental related checks. And that will stand for probably the duration of the night, as this blood will be in your system at least until the duration of the night. That said, if you wanted to kill this red cap, you could fully 0 your hunger. But if you didn't want to kill it, if you just wanted to have a chance to remove a superficial damage, so if you don't have any superficial presently, you could turn 1 aggravated into superficial. But you can take down a single point of superficial damage and either bring your hunger down to 1, feeding enough, or you can fully wipe your hunger.
We're going to bring it down to 1.
Okay. The red cap is undoubtedly very woozy in its loss of blood, but it is not awakened. Yes. Who would have thunk that drinking sleepy time tea and losing a lot of blood would lead to you still being asleep?
Oh, no.
And we'll get to some other feelings you may have in just a little bit. Down at the very bottom of this, Roz.
How is the puka looking?
The puka is stalwart. No longer thrashing, whether you can tell internally or very visibly outwardly. It is just now staring at you. You can tell that the being within appears, based on the expression on the face, to be the one that's currently in charge of action, and the being within has considered its circumstances and now very much paying attention to you. For better or for worse, every couple of seconds you can see continued warpings of the features of this creature. The puka is actively being transformed from the influence within to no longer be able to pass as humanoid. Every couple of seconds it gets worse. And by the way, we sort of resolved with your last die roll what you could potentially do in a combat sense. And I'll go ahead and say, for everybody's sake, we're going to keep the spotlight on Roz for just a brief moment. And we're very close to taking a break for everyone. But combat is over. We are now jumping into a situation wherein everybody can act simultaneously and assist each other, or go on different paths as you seek to expeditiously fully investigate this space. But Roz, we're still on you, at least for the moment. In this stare down, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking?
Roz is considering the effect this unknown influence is exerting on her mind, and she knows how fragile minds can be. There's a lot of things you can do with exerting control over someone. She knows that very well. So she's going to look down at this entity within this puka and just say, behave. This is going to go a lot easier for you. And then she's going to look to Tamsin over on the other side of her room and just say, is there anything you can do? Like with Flynn?
If I finish looking around for stuff, I will run over and do I find anything interesting?
Now, that was your potential heading as we left combat. So like, you're rapidly typing at the computer, you find some files, you throw them onto a zip drive, and in the moment where you're like, great, now I'm going to move on to something else, Roz calls over to you. So we are officially out of combat. We are in the scene. It is very fluid. You can either go, give me a minute and try to keep looking for stuff, or you can see to assisting with Roz and the puka.
I'd rather help Roz, because if for some reason her concentration breaks, it's going to be bad. So I'm going to run over and look at the puka and say, I'm going to try and help you. And I'm going to start trying to perform the rite of abjuration and banish the spirit from within this puka.
Okay. Now, for everybody's edification, very importantly, my own as well, what happens in the rite of abjuration?
Funny you should ask, because I had to look it up, but I found it. So, the rite of abjuration is a rite that Tamsin has, that werewolves can get. The rite purifies a person, place, or object, purging any spiritual possession. Spirits present are driven out, and any mystical traits of an object, such as a talisman, are removed. I think with all rites, it needs like at least a few people to participate. Of the Garou, if a living being is subjected to it, they must be willing or incapacitated. So if we need to, we can just pummel this thing until it passes out, or we can just try and do it if what Roz is doing is strong enough to class as being incapacitated. Or someone else can do something about it. And I think it's an honor and occult roll, and I have to pass a certain difficulty depending on what the creature is.
And
I'm sorry. Can I just say, with Roz asking Tamsin to help, I think Cassandra's going to look over, knowing what she knows from before, where she looked at the creature. She's gonna strongly disagree here and be like, no. She wants the possessed part of this being to stay, so she can get information from the possessed part of the being.
No dice rolls needed, my friends. You all have to agree to a course. That's you guys.
Yeah. I think we're all thinking.
I will say, having come out of combat, knowing full well that there's only so much time you can remain here in the classroom, this does seem like a pretty decent time for an official break. Everybody will be right back in just a moment. Welcome back from the break. Before we return to the phlebotomy laboratory, we are going to be returning to Tamsin's past. Tamsin, your body aches in a fashion that's entirely unfamiliar to you. Nothing you've ever felt has hurt as much as the act of reverting to your human form. The claws you had previously are gone. Your distended jaw has returned to its proper station. Everything is as normal as it was seemingly moments ago, as far as your awareness is concerned, except for two things. Hans's blood is everywhere, as are, unfortunately, many parts of his innards spread all throughout the flat. To your chagrin, part of the door is also partially clawed and or chewed through. It didn't go all the way through, but you have to imagine a lot of sound was made in whatever state you were in, seemingly also moments ago, attempting to get out once you'd finished. And this is a hard thought, the obvious meal that was had in Hans's remains. I don't think you've had a chance to look at the clock yet. It is visibly darker from what would be the ambient light coming in. But one thing is clear. You know what happened. You were there the whole time. Everything is different now. But you don't understand any of it. What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
I think it's just like one of those moments where time stands still. And every second feels like 10 minutes. I don't think she fully comprehends the situation because it's an impossible situation which makes no logical sense. Because what just happened, and why am I full, and why do I have blood all over me, and why do I taste iron, and why is my partner dead, and why is he everywhere in our home? And I think I think the physicality of eating person catches up to her now humanoid stomach, and she just vomits just everywhere and just like stays on the floor. And as she falls on the floor, her hands just like squelch in like blood and guts, because you can't move in this room without stepping on blood and guts.
And in a manner of speaking, the record is skipping, because what could have been over the course of the next hour, or possibly even 2, maybe 3 hours, you run through this exact line of thinking. You've emptied your stomach, but you begin retching once again, and then the cycle repeats. You are tired, but you are wise. You are intelligent. And that strong mind of yours that you've relied upon, that you've been pushing to its greatest limits these last few years, if not considering your secondary school as well, is completely at a loss, as you cannot leave the loop that is what, how, why, he's gone, vomit, what, how, etc. And the only thing across time that breaks you out of this loop is eventually the door that you have to look at as part of this form of repetition is open. And there's an adjunct visiting professor kneeling down in front of you from Oxford. And Jennifer says, "Honey, I am so very sorry we didn't get to you in time. Quickly, can you tell, have you left this space?"
I look around for tracks to see if I have left this space, because I can't remember.
And as you look around, it's all too clear that you don't know. And you see a few other individuals, now that you're sort of focusing on the broken loop, moving in the space, and somebody is bagging up parts, and another person is hurriedly attempting to shut blinds, to turn off lights, which makes it harder to see, but it's not as impossible as you think it would be. Weird. And as you look around and you're cataloging strangers in your home, which doesn't feel like home in this moment because, again, everything has changed and you don't understand. Jennifer sort of gently snaps. It's not a violent activity. She doesn't slap you, but she recaptures your attention and she says, "Love, I am so sorry. I need you to focus upon me. Even if you didn't leave, it seems very clear you undoubtedly made some sound. We have so much to explain to you. We were at the college because we thought there might be someone in the area. We'll explain everything that I'm talking about as soon as we can, but first and foremost, let me help you gather a bag of things. Just another change of clothes, nothing complicated. I recommend you leave your phone, at least for now. Leave your computer. Let's just get a change of clothes. And then we're going to go for a walk. Does that sound okay? Excellent. And she does something that for the briefest moment in your mind lasts approximately 10 days worth of time, with your powerful brain chugging along at the speed of a bullet train once again, because she goes to give you a brief, comforting hug. At least that's what she feels it is. And unfortunately, you remember the entirety of what happened in that briefest of moments. And you shake your head a little bit, and it's the kind of hug where she isn't putting down a lot of pressure. She just wants to give you touch. Another pattern-breaking mechanism you'll come to understand later, because it is calming to an extent. And do you go with her to pack a bag? Okay. And Jennifer takes you through the flat. She does a lot of things that, once again, you come to understand later are important pattern-breaking maneuvers, not only for those who have just turned for the first time, but for other Garou who don't feel as in touch with the wolf and need help remembering who they are sometimes. Because, yeah, you'll come to learn a little bit later, there are werewolves who love their inner beast, and then there are some who hate it, but are nevertheless very in tune with it. And then others, as you'll come to find, including yourself, know that they're now associated with the wolf, and they don't hate it. They don't necessarily feel as naturally attuned with the wild aspect of it, and are much more in tune with the other spiritual rights and gifts that you'll come to learn later. And as she helps you to pattern break, grab a toothbrush, get some socks, you're moved out of the flat. And although you'll return sometime in the next week and find it unfortunately missing a lot of your belongings and any sign of blood, which is why the belongings are missing as well, you weren't robbed, just evidence had to be taken away. You meet your first pack under the worst case situation you could possibly imagine. How do you picture the next couple of months going for Tamsin while she's in Oxford?
I think it's more like no critical thought is put into most of what she does in that time, because it comes so easy for her to be likable when she's not completely stressed out and to be just good at what she does, that I don't think she really remembers much of the next 6 months when she eventually looks back on it later in her life. That it's just a blur, and it's more like people leading conversations and her agreeing, or it's people saying good job and she's like thank you, but no agency is given unless someone else gives it to her. And apart from that, she just goes home and sleeps and works and answers questions, and goes home and sleeps and works and answers questions. And I think that's what stops her from going completely insane.
And do you imagine that in that 6-month period, you did unfortunately take that term off that was suggested to you before going back and completing your PhD?
No, we have to get it done. Don't be silly.
Excellent. So the caffeine continues just as strong in your veins now as the power of the moon, and you do eventually complete that doctoral program. What are you a PhD in now?
Bioengineer. It's a weird title, but basically her PhD is in bioengineering and urban planning.
And the urban planning of it all is important. And even if that wasn't a path you had initially intended on taking, it could potentially have been influenced from your pack at the time. For you see, unfortunately, in the old country, well, I guess the old country would be a little bit further east, but in your old country, there's many untouched villages from the influences of cities such as London, such as the metropolitan area, small though it might be relative to others, that is Oxford. Nevertheless, natural sites are, just as they are everywhere, coming under greater influence of man. And changing breeds of the UK, many of which are not wolves, but including Garou society to which you belong, have been struggling for some time to maintain cairns. And they do actually have an interesting proposition for you with the studies you've completed and your affinity for, technology, as it is the auspice you've fallen under to be in touch with such things. They're wondering if you would take on this assignment. Maybe go visit the Americas. Some of the Garou out there are doing well by this urbanization encroaching on natural spaces, at least as well as can be, in ways that they're hoping you can learn from if you take on this assignment. If you're not willing, you can certainly ask somebody else, but you get the sense they're offering to you, A, because of your new expertise, and B, you might need a change of scene.
Does it have to be America? I asked to the person offering.
Yeah. And he goes, unfortunately, yes. I'm so very, very sorry. But it has to be there. Yes.
It's okay. I'll take tea with me. But a change of scenery sounds good. Yeah, I'll go.
Please, bring it in droves, I recommend. I can't imagine they have the best tea over there. Always tossing it in the harbors.
Okay, let's not bring colonialism into this, though. Like, I'll joke about there being new tea, but that seems a bit rude.
Yeah, we can't escape it. If we can't joke about it, then who are we?
Well, the ones that did it, we shouldn't joke about that. That's why they joke about it. I'll go. I want to change the scene. I'll go.
Fine. All right. And it's sort of left up to your devices if you land in and stay on the East Coast or if you go west. Obviously, we know Tamsin finds her way over to Portland. Is that where she starts?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you head over. It takes a little doing, but you do get in touch with universities. That is seemingly a decent way of possibly having some of the expenses taken care of, a good way of knowing where to land. And sure enough, you do get approval to act as a similarly adjunct visiting professor, not unlike Jennifer, who had helped you some years now prior. And it is with University of Portland University of Portland, what have you. And you make your way over. I would imagine that you are in university housing only for the better part of 1 month before you find a reasonable place to call your own. And for anybody to look upon you from the outside, you're doing pretty well. Like, things seem to be on the up and up. You've completed a significant degree program. You're looks like your college was a little rough. Maybe you're taking on like a healthy pallor and possibly a little bit more muscle, as opposed to just letting education sap everything from you. And would you agree that individuals looking upon from the outside would consider you doing quite well?
I mean, yeah. At this point, Tamsin, when she moves after sort of her 4 years of finishing post-grad and going straight to America, she'd be about 25 at this point. She's about 32 now. So they just see like a healthy 25-year-old that, now, apart from the glasses, she has glasses at this point now, but a healthy 25-year-old, pale, but like some muscle tone, killing it at work, got a great salary at the new job, like 6 figures. She's like, wow, America pays better. Great, like 4-bedroom place near the woods in like a cute little community, which is near the Ken that she needs to be near, all in nature, and it's just like, and is this has never come up, but has the beautiful feet, so like gorgeous as well. Doing great, killing it.
And they do semesters over here. You get through your first semester, and about halfway through the next semester, and mid-April comes every year. It's never easy, but we come back into an actual scene on April 13th. And your mom calls. It's a little difficult for the two of you to stay in contact. You know, you're out here in America, and she doesn't fully understand why you had to come out here. Surely there were posts that you could take upon, or take up back closer to home, but you find yourself here now. But she nevertheless checks on you. April 13th, which was once a very nice day. It's not any longer. And dear, I just always have to ask this time of year, how exactly is class going, you know?
Mom, you don't have to worry. I'm killing it. All my evaluations were good, and students are mean. And they said I was doing good.
Have you checked rate my professor? I unfortunately had to look, and
Mom,
it seems as though some.
Mom, you have to stop looking at the reviews on there. It's going to drive you mad, and then you'll send angry letters to people, and just it's fine. I'm fine. Look, I'm in the house, and I like show on like the FaceTime or whatever I'm on, just like, and there's like boxes that haven't been unpacked yet, but like there's like the couch, and like she's under a blanket, and like the kettle's on the stove and everything. She's like, look, I'm fine. I'm fine.
And as you're showing her about the space, she talks for a few moments about how she's gotten real traction with some of the comments she's made based on reviews on Yelp, and how she thinks that if you took a similar approach, that maybe some headway could be made with some of the students who are anonymous, and she's a little miffed about that, leaving these reviews about her poor daughter all alone in the Americas, all by her lonesome. And it seems as though she is at least trying something new with the deflection topic today, but nevertheless, it's all too clear. She's checking on you because, well, he would have been 26 today.
Look, Mom, I've got to go, but I'm fine. I bought some muffins.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they were a favorite, so I bought some of the blueberry ones. I'm gonna have a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
The accent does half the work when I teach, so the anonymous students are just trolling me. It's fine. I even have a date. One of my colleagues, Dr. Lopez, he asked me on a date next week, so that would be nice. That'll be nice.
Oh dear, tell me all about him. I'm actually quite fascinated.
I don't tell you about anyone I date unless it's actually going somewhere, and I don't know if he's that kind of person, but we'll see.
You never bring them up unless you're actually interested. I want to hear all about it. It doesn't have to be today. And she says that in such a way that you can tell she got very excited, and then she remembered what day it was. So she does assure you, this doesn't have to be today, but I love you, dear, and I just want to hear what you're doing. I'm so excited at these new developments, even if I wish they were happening closer to home.
I know I love you. Say hi to Dad, too. I'm sure he's busy tinkering with something in the workshop.
I will. Okay, dear. Kisses.
Okay, I love you. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.
Okay, soon. Click.
Click.
And, that was a pretty good conversation. You did a great job. Anyone who would look upon you from the outside, just as they have for these past years, would consider you to be doing pretty well.
Yeah.
All by yourself. No one's, especially since you've gotten here, no one's gotten close enough to know otherwise, but people would assume you're doing very well.
Yeah. I'm gonna go make a cup of tea, as is routine. Sit back down on the couch, put my blanket on, and then look at the pill bottle next to the tea. Open the top, start putting them in, stirring, and then putting the next one in and stirring. Putting the next one in and stirring until they're all in there.
Biochemistry is different from psychopharmacology, but you know the difference between how to make it hurt, how to make it easy.
And how to make it taste nice.
That's true. That's actually the most important consideration here. But you do stop just shy of this would hurt. And you're pretty certain based on some calculations you've made over the last, I don't know how long it's taken you to make this decision, but you know that this one, it should be pretty easy. Just drink your tea and go to sleep.
Yep. And I'm gonna
What kind
get
of
one of
tea
them.
is it? Yeah.
It's chamomile tea. Chill.
And I cut you off. I'm sorry. You were grabbing a muffin with your chamomile?
Yeah, putting a muffin next to it and putting like a little candle in the top and lighting it with just like one of those shitty gas clicky lighters. I'm just like, oh, happy birthday, my love. I miss you. I'm tired.
And it can all be over very soon. You smell the tea. You blow out the candle. And then you do live on the edge of Forest Park. You've heard critters before. Some of you have even investigated. You know there's those foxes out there, but you hear genuine scrabbling at the door. Like actual scrabbling.
I go and check the door. I put the tea down, like, what the?
And opening it up, I have to ask, would you be in your big wolf or your small wolf form, Ben?
So I'm going to need some context on this because it's going to depend. How long have I been tracking the Garou here? Knowing that there's a Garou here.
Well, naturally, Tamsin is not the only Garou in this area, but she's a new scent that you would have picked up on after, you know, Portland and the major Portland major metropolitan area is a big territory that you seek to have some Dominion presence in. And so you don't necessarily always find yourself over in the northwest end wherein Forest Park lies. Because let's be fair, that's where a lot of the riffraff hangs out as well. And there's those vampires who pretend to be werewolves, or at least that's kind of how you interpret it. So it's been a while since you've really been kicking around over here, but you've been tracking a new scent. And you kind of get, what's interesting about scent memory is you're able to get happiness, anxiety, fear. This is why dogs smell grass to get a good sense of other dogs' pee in real life. But you get that deep sadness that's different from some of the other werewolves. And you've maybe been tracking that for, I mean, if we're being forthright with the skills you have, maybe 3 days. I'm trying to make it sound like it wasn't just the last hour. Yeah, just a couple of days. Mm-hmm.
With that scent of, and it being a very common scent that Ben would have felt, being the fact that as a child of Gaia, they kind of pick up the scragglers. You know, they make sure that people are protected. He would not come in full Hisbo. He would go in lupus.
Tamsin, there's a big dog outside.
I look at the dog and I'm like, Shoo, go away.
Okay, I know I said dog, but it's clearly a wolf.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, I think, no, actually, it takes a second. She does the Shoo, go, well, what? Oh, brother of mine?
Pushes, just full head push,
Okay.
and walks in.
Whoa, wipe the paws. Wipe, rude. Are you...
Just sits.
Are you... I haven't met anyone. Are you part of my pack?
Can I smell the different chemicals in the room?
You certainly can.
He'll walk over to, he'll smell the tea.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's not for
one paw just against it.
What the fuck? Bad. Oh, no, I can't say that. Stops herself from saying it. Just, what is your problem?
He's gonna pull on her whatever pant leg she's wearing.
Are you trying to take her towards the door, or are you just
Out.
annoying her? Yeah, okay.
No, out.
Just, what, you want to walk? You want to take me for a... I thought that was bad form. You can't just take me for a walk. I'm not a dog. Who are you?
And what's your intent here, Ben?
To show her the moon.
Okay. If you don't mind a little bit of auteur directorship, you are... Tamsin, you live on the edge of Forest Park, something I think I've verbalized at least 3 times in the last couple of minutes. But just for emphasis, it is a sprawling outdoor space that is larger than any park people would probably envision simply by way of hearing the word park. And it has dozens of hiking trails, many beautiful vistas, almost all covered by tree boughs, but you can see some great elements of the Columbia River. You can look directly east directly east at times and have a spectacular view of Mount Hood. But going along one of these trails, assuming you follow along with the wolf, who has not made any attempt to identify themselves, and you nevertheless know, not having been part of any pack
What
upon
month
arriving in the city of Portland,
or what year is this right now?
it would be 2018, give or take.
Okay.
You're trying to be accurate. April 13th.
No, April 13th, 2018.
Sure.
The moon is a waning crescent.
Cool.
So he would have to find a very dark area because it's barely going to be seen in most areas.
Not hard to do, less than a mile from Tamsin's home.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, there's a cairn right around this area too. Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, he will kind of very just not playfully at all, just kind of pull and pull until we get to a point where the moon is visible underneath the trees or outside the trees.
Tamsin, this obvious Garou is you may not know its full intent at the moment, but it seems very clear by way of chuffs, huffs, and literal pointing upon arriving in this space. Like, focus. Stop for a moment. Focus.
He's just going to look straight at you with these very darted yellow eyes.
Is there a point to you taking me out? Are we supposed to look at something, or are you going to murder me? Starts looking up at the sky, just like, the moon? You want me to look at the moon? Okay. Yes, it's the moon.
And if you'll allow me,
go for it.
It'll take a little bit of time to refill that prescription, because let's be fair, it might not even have been your prescription. And this wolf doesn't make it easy for you to reattempt anything like you were seeking to accomplish that day. But over the course of the next couple of days, possibly even over the course of the next week, I imagine that our stubborn wolf probably doesn't shift outside of one of the more lupine forms in any of the time when making his first impression. But you come to understand, back in England, I was the beneficiary, if not a little bit too late, of kin seeking, which is the activity by which Garou actively seek out additional wolves before their transformation with the hope of easing them into this life. And their intent was wonderful. They failed in a very valuable respect, and they were welcoming enough, but you were always on the outside of that community because you were seeking to be a people pleaser, and you were trying to stay the course with your PhD program. You have your PhD, you had a clear course of action when coming here, but whether you like it or not, you feel what seems like potentially the first genuine interaction with a member of the wolf community to connect with you over this next week. And you start to feel like it might just be the two of us. He literally hasn't spoken to me at all. But is this what it feels like to be in a pack?
So we've got, how long would you say you would have, so this would have been a constant. So Ben would have stopped at the house, pulled you to the spot, waited until you acknowledged anything. As daylight would come, you'd go back to the house, do your thing, come back that next night, you'd hear the scratching again. And this would be until you figured your life out for a moment.
I think after about a week, you would have you come again to the door and you start scratching on it. I'm like, for fuck's sake. open the door and I'm like, go away! Go away! Like she's like now the anger is coming through like properly rage and she's like, go away.
With
Shoot.
that, Ben is going to forcefully pull you to the spot. And there's going to be a second one sitting there who does have the kinship. As Sarah, the other, is sitting right next to me.
Mm-hmm.
Or in a more non-lupine form.
Oh, yeah. And this, of course, is Sarah Adams prior to the wolf having been stolen from her. So a confident, older than yourself, but not old woman, very much in like just found from probably a stash bag, like jeans and flannel, because Forest Park, if nothing else, is ridden with such stash bags for wolves, is barefoot, sort of basking in the moon, which has just coming back into a wax this much time later. And she says, he's kind of a fluffy doofus, but he's good about reminding us to reconnect. When the city, and she sort of like nods over in the direction of where Portland would be, and, you know, more human interests, maybe distract us a little bit from trying to figure out what matters most to us. How you doing, darling? I'm Sarah.
Does he have a name? Is he a guru or is he a legitimate like wolf? Because I haven't seen him be human one time.
And based on your accent, unfortunately, I would have to imagine that you don't run into many wolves back where you're from, but there are intelligent wolves who are not shifters. This one's just a stubborn ass. This is Ben.
Oh. Hi, Ben. I guess. Listen, I appreciate it. Love walks in nature. Lovely. The moon, love it. Garou, 10 out of 10, love the moon. Can he stop coming by every day? I'm fine.
With all due respect, my friend, and I am going to consider you my friend because you were willing to come out here without harming this one. And she sort of like gestures back at Ben again with a sarcastic eye roll. It sounds like everybody needs a little bit of help right now, including yourself. It's tough for the nation, especially for those who, you know, don't get out, connect with others. I think we might be able to help each other.
I go outside sometimes to work.
And from what he tells me, and he has told me, it seems as though he's been trying to help to remind you that there's more to life outside your house than work. Tell me, when was your last time you went into wolf? You know, big or small? Yeah, we're gonna change that right now. And you see her, she sort of like turns so she's not facing you when she begins stripping the clothes back off. And she says, I promise you're not going to regret this. And she unzips the pants without pulling them down. She unbuttons the shirt facing away from you. And so as to not fully push you into this situation you did not volunteer for, as opposed to extreme exposure, she shifts out of the clothing and all of a sudden is in her standard lupus form and sits right next to Ben, and she sort of like does a head nod in your direction and chuffs ever so slightly. And they both have, I would imagine for Ben as well, very expectant looks, but also you see Sarah puts one paw up to like block vision so as to indicate, we want you to do this, but you can do what I did.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Don't make me do it.
Ben tilts his head, knowing what it takes sometimes, and without, and this is where we're going to cross the content warning moment. So I'm going to make that friction very quickly. He's going to bite Tamsin's leg to force the rage.
Yeah, the rage. The rage happens. I try and kick him. Get off. But I think for clarity's sake, Tamsin is so much like less athletic than Ben is, just anyway, that it does nothing. And so now Ben's just attached to her leg and she's really pissed. She's like, "Get the fuck off my leg!"
Let's go.
Yep.
And then
And
goes
Sarah,
and then sits right next to Sarah again, just as if nothing happened.
and that way dogs can do sometimes. She genuinely like lifts one paw and sort of like bats at your shoulder, and not Tamsin, but Ben, and then just resumes sitting and staring. And you get the notion that the two of them are not going to leave you alone, and that if you don't join them on a run tonight, they'll just be back tomorrow night, and then the next night.
What if I hurt somebody? I can't.
You she shifts back. And unfortunately, as a result of the situation, she is full frontal facing you at the moment. And she's confident about it. She was trying to protect your potential reservations previously, but now she feels the need to be able to speak coherently. And she says, "What happened to you? And frankly, I don't know what happened to you, but I can assume what happens the first time is something we all undergo the first time. And you have to understand that wasn't your choice. And tonight, it could be your choice that you don't go with us either, but you just saw me change how I am twice. And I didn't go tearing off doing anything to harm anyone else."
As you say that, Ben will go full hispo.
Mm-hmm. Now you need to make a rage check. No, I'm just kidding. Not in this context. And you go full floof, and she goes, "All right. There's some nuance to this that I'm assuming you figured out with anybody you were interacting with previously. But if you join us tonight, and if you look the way he did a few seconds ago, and if you shift downward the way I was just a few moments ago, you're in charge. You're fully in control, and you'll feel more alive than I'm guessing you have in a long time. And you can trust the two of us." And she looks now at like the giant ball of fur to help keep you in check if anything is at risk of happening. But I can assure you, unlike that first time, you'll be in charge as long as you shift down to a more standard wolf the way that we were just moments ago.
Okay. Okay. And Tamsin's gonna like take her jacket. She would have put a jacket on. It's pretty cold. And then just forget to do everything, take everything else off, and then go, "Yeah, shifting. I can do it. I remember reading books about it. It's been a while." Ha! And then I go like full hispo, and I'm like slightly bigger than Ben in hispo form, and it's like, and I'm like, oh.
And she she verbalizes, "Okay, you know that last 5 seconds where you didn't tear me apart? You're gonna be just fine." And she shifts into hispo as well, so you don't feel too awkward about it. And the three of you go tearing off into the park. I'm assuming you apprehensively at first. But nothing happens that night. Nor does it happen the next time. And yeah, you might be running in a slightly awkward fashion. But when we have trauma, we have no other choice but to think about it recurring, even just at the notion of it existing. Quick, don't think about a fire truck. That, unfortunately, is how easy trauma can hit sometimes, but especially with the help of others who are genuinely helping and not just enforcing what they think help is, you find trauma to be more like a ball bouncing around a room that's at risk at all times of hitting the big button. And when others and other outside influences genuinely provide help, such as what they're attempting to do over time, the ball never ceases, but the button gets smaller. And this is something that Tamsin undergoes, as she, very unwillfully at first, and possibly for quite a while, finds herself becoming fully ingratiated in one of the many packs in the city of Portland. Any other notes on this point in your history before we come back to current events?
I think after like months/years, when Tamsin gets used to running on 4 legs and stops tripping over every single branch that's on the forest floor running on 4 legs, she's like sitting with Ben in her house. I'm assuming Ben starts like coming into the house and sort of like staying there for a bit just because that's kind of how it goes. And then whenever she feels unsafe, she'll be in human homid form and he'll be like asleep downstairs, and she'll just cuddle up into Ben and like curl up into like the giant wolf that's downstairs, because without Ben, she wouldn't be safe.
And so it goes for many years. Tonight's a little more chaotic, however, because you're currently standing in a very bloody phlebotomy lab. Back in the present, to all of you, thank you, and I'm sure you've been coming up with some interesting plans, knowing full well we're in nothing resembling an initiative order. What's the first order of business? Knowing full well that despite best efforts, you're not fully unseen in this space.
Flynn is immediately taking up what Tamsin abandoned, which is looking through any clues that might be here, any paper trails he might be able to find, anything that looks like it's missing where it's supposed to be.
Excellent. Please give me, I believe, intel. You know, this is a stressful situation. Please give me investigation and resolve, because you're determined to do well in a limited amount of time. All right, that's Flynn. What else is happening? I know Luca is hiding a body. And before the break, I wanted to see if you accidentally frenzied. When I asked you to roll dice, and if you did roll those dice, did you get a critical failure or not? Is the only question.
Hope you're muted.
You are so muted.
Damn it!
That means yes.
Did not fail. However, I would like to make a slight amendment.
Sure.
I would like to follow this motherfucker all the way back to his den.
All right. You will then be exiting the greater scene, and that's totally okay.
Yeah.
For brevity, we're going to maintain your successful social stealth. You are, of course, trained. You have a certain degree of expertise in this craft. What were you about to say?
I was just saying, I feel like this following this guy could lead to some more breadcrumbs, so that's why I'm following this trail. So
sure.
Being as stealthily as possible. Now that we're out in the open and in the dark, it is nighttime, I believe.
Yeah.
So, I would shift to lupus form, which would I believe it makes it easier for me. Let me double check. It doesn't make any difference. So
it doesn't change anything.
I'll just keep my regular form then. Then I can use weapons.
Sounds good.
I'll just follow him all the way back to his den. See if I can uncover anything new.
A certain amount of time will pass wherein your companions realize you're likely not to be returning and they must leave the room. Somebody will grab your rifle. So feel great knowing that won't be left behind. No need for anybody to choose. It'll be me. Just do know that somebody will have thought to grab that, because the goal that I heard verbalized during a break, just for the sake of the audience, is to attempt to leave no trace to the best of your ability. Luca, we will get to that. However, everybody else, Flynn is going to be rolling in just a moment, but what is happening? I'm moving quickly here.
So Cassandra hears Roz go to call out to Tamsin to, I guess for lack of a better term, exercise this puka. And Cassandra's going to go, no. Whatever's in this creature, whatever's inside of it, we need more information, and that is the main source of the information that we need. If you exercise him, we get nothing.
Whatever creature is inside the puka might leave nothing. And Rose pointedly shakes the puka's head a bit so you can see where it's already hemorrhaging blood, essentially, from some of its orifices, from the strain of fighting off that the mental struggle. What we can do is, like I said, and her head snaps towards the puka, behave and exerts compulsion once more to try and get it to cooperate. We have a limited window of time.
Let us then, as the scene has changed, but we're still very much in the same scene, I will ask you to roll the original dice pool to re-exert and to re-emphasize control. Only with a critical failure will you lose touch on the situation. But what we're seeking to see is how much better control you can gain and how much influence you might be able to add. We're going to go with my standard difficulties of a little success on a 3 and a phenomenal success towards your desires with a 5 or higher. And just to let you know, Cassandra, this goal of hers has been stated.
Yes.
That does not mean you need to acquiesce.
So she's going to see that Roz is attempting to control the puka, and she gets much closer, and I guess kneels down or squats down in front of the puka and Roz, and if she succeeds, as she sees this creature calms, if he calms, she's going to bite him. Not to feed, because she's already fed, but to see if she can get information this way.
Okay. Does anybody intervene?
I'm going to say to Cassandra is when she bites onto the puka, you have 30 seconds, and then I'm doing it. Get what you need.
She hears that, and as she bites, she's going to try and make a connection and ask the pertinent questions like, who are you? Why'd you attack us? And where are our people?
Cassandra, I want to thank you so much for biting into a Fomori, because I'm going to need you to make a willpower check.
Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah.
I hear...
I see Luca. I don't even hear him, but I can see what he's doing. Gosh, shit.
What do I need to roll for a willpower check?
Whatever your willpower value is, all skill dice, so no blood dice. So, yeah. And go ahead and tell me what your pool is.
It's gonna be 4.
Excellent. So, for the last week, because you all came together to try to take on this conflict only 2 nights ago, but war has been raging in the streets of Portland between the supernatural communities, especially the Garou and the Kindred. As a result, now that you've learned just a few nights prior, spiritual intrusion into the minds and bodies of Garou and Kindred. It's still not super known as to how that's possible or how that's happening. As far as you know, these Faeries should also not be able to be possessed in this way, shape, or form. And biting in, it's possible that Cassandra is about to discover one means by which spirits of the Wyrm can gain influence over a member of the supernatural community. Your difficulty to maintain control of yourself and not take a sliver of the Wyrm into yourself is a 6. And by the way, there is no rolling, or there's no spending willpower to improve the results of a willpower check.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, wow. So, 3 10s and 1 7.
I do believe that's 6.
Yo!
I do believe that's 6 exactly.
You were so cocky! You got too cocky over there!
You're talking to me, right?
Yeah.
Tamsin, in game to the Fomori, you got too cocky, bro!
Oh my goodness.
Hey, listen. Good cop, bad cop. I'm on your guys' side.
I'm sorry. Luca's making me...
Yeah, Luca's muted, so we can't hear him. So
the hand gestures alone.
It's pretty. Yeah, I will admit the hand gestures are pretty damn wonderful.
I didn't want my freak out to be broadcasted, but
I do the same thing all the time, so don't even worry about it.
It was great.
Now, you bite into the puka, and of course, you're going to take in a little bit of blood. You taste, honestly, a little bit of joy alongside the sunshine. There's a certain degree of innocence that you taste. It's the resonance that you take in, and it's more, in some ways it's more, and in some ways it's less pleasant than the very smoked, meaty, like utter hunger that you tasted when feeding upon the red cap just moments ago. But as you feel like ice fill your undead veins, and a presence seek to enforce its will upon your own. You feel yourself and the vestige of every form your soul has inhabited across time push back, and in the wake that is made between this unmovable force and unstoppable object, or I think I had those combinations of word backwards, but I know you know what I mean.
Yes.
You're able to you're able to peer past this wall that came upon and attempted to cover and subsume you, and in this space you see utter despair, despondency that goes beyond the body but also the spirit inhabiting it. This is a spirit of a spirit, if that makes sense. I don't know how much Cassandra knows about the triot, which is much greater of concern to changing breeds, and if you've ever spoken to a werewolf, a were-tiger, or any of the other wares about such matters. But you will learn when interacting with your companions, after this interaction especially, that there are numerous types of spirits out there. It's weird that there are spirits of spirits, though. This means that a natural entity of the universe affecting one form of reality or another has died. That's weird. And the despondency that you see is also mirrored by its equal amount of rage. Rage is something you've come to learn quite a lot about over the last 48 hours when interacting with these changing breeds, but this is a possessing entity of sadness and anger, of a potency that genuinely would cause fear in Cassandra if she didn't so effectively ward it from coming into herself. And you get a brief glimpse based on an intent that I know you had stated to me before you took this action, but are you going to continue with potentially a premonition as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna need.
Cassandra wants her people, specifically Corey,
Yep.
with the connection that she's developing with the rest of the people in her group. She wants them to have their people back as well, but she wants Corey back.
Okay, go ahead and make a hunger rouse check.
I'll just do it here.
Flynn, you made a dice pool for me earlier. How was the result of that?
6 successes.
6 successes is sufficient. Tamsin has moved away from the computer, but you're checking for additional information, and you actually find, we can turn to the computer if you need it, but you find there's a very distinct locked drawer in one of the freezers along the walls, which have blood vials, blood slides. There's a locked portion, which is unusual because none of the others are. And upon opening it up, there's nomenclature that you could assume is scientific, but 6 is also sufficient for you to possibly assume that they're attempting to subvert other people's understanding, that you're looking at samples of supernatural blood, and there seems to be an odd, great presence of kindred, which is weird because kindred blood boils off and rots, but kindred and fey blood present in these slides, which is way more information than a 6 would probably warrant, but I want you guys to have this information, and a 6 was good enough for me to give it. So you're looking at blood samples, possibly talked about and detailed in files that have already been acquired by Tamsin, but at the very least for now, you've come across this interesting information. Cassandra, you made a hunger rouse check?
Yes, and it was success.
You do not increase your hunger beyond 1, and what you see is this creature, not the puka, but the creature within, angrily chasing werewolves specifically. And by the way, we're right now looking to the future with the way that premonition works currently, but you see this individual, if it's allowed to continue, if it's not exercised, if it's not killed by way of the host being killed, it wants revenge against werewolves. You'll learn later when talking to your companions that spirits of the Wyrm, and this is a spirit of the Wyrm, you generally seek vengeance against the entity that killed its original spiritually possessed form. This one wants to murder all Garou, and you will find out later that that is very strange. And assuming it makes it beyond tonight, it fully wipes the battery, if you will, of this fairy before moving on to the next most powerful being that it can. And that occurs by causing that being as much despair as possible, literally attacking their psyche, literally attacking whatever vestiges of a soul exist in this universe, bringing that being down to a point of despair that they no longer have the means by which they can avoid possession, which is something that most people don't know is an option for these spirits to attack a person or entity's spiritual aspect itself. Again, I'm giving you a lot of information Cassandra will know later, but it's good for you to have now. And if you look into this creature's future and it's allowed to live, it will continue doing everything it can to specifically hurt werewolves. Teeth back out of the neck.
Okay. Cassandra releases, obviously, and she looks to Tamsin. And I think that she has a sense that maybe Tamsin should not exercise this creature. She wants to try and lock it in, maybe lock him into place so he doesn't go to the next. Is that even possible?
I will say, and again, for everybody's edification, I was giving you an understanding of the situation you probably wouldn't have at present.
Okay.
But what you did see was a future wherein it jumped from one body to the next. So the argument that you make is out of a fear that this spirit will obviously continue going specifically after what looked like supernatural entities to attack werewolves. So making that argument to Tamsin, Alex, what do you have to say? And then I'm curious as to what other people are doing.
Based on how she knows the Rite of Abjuration works, is it that they get banished back to the Umbra, or they just are set free? Because it seems in Tamsin's mind, banishing it to the Umbra would be the ideal. Because if it kills
would for
the
sure
body,
go to the Umbra.
I look at Cassandra and I go, if we banish this thing, it won't stay here. It will go back to the Umbral plane, or what you might call some sort of the Veil. And then we could also talk to the Fae involved. So if you don't mind, get the fuck out of my way, and I'm going to do this right. Ben, come and help me.
And she's going to say to Tamsin, can it break out of the Umbra? Can anything break out of the Umbra?
Everything can with much effort, but do you want it in here with you, or do you want it locked away for a little while?
I want it locked away forever. I want
Okay, great.
No.
This is taking long enough that it is now, once again, attempting to rend asunder the mind of its host. Roz, you're feeling your grip loosen.
From that last compulsion, that last compel roll I made with Charisma, Dominate, and Blood Potency, that was 4 successes.
4 successes.
Do I see it struggling at this point?
You see it attempting to struggle, and Roz's nails grow a millimeter or two longer. Her eyes grow that much wider. And if you'll allow me some like horror movie aspect or aesthetic, like your nails actually dig in to flesh ever so slightly. And the room drops another 2-ish degrees, which is difficult to make out on the surface. But if you were in water specifically, you can feel that change. But everybody present can feel the same thing that the spirit feels as it once again causes a little bit of blood to now fill the eye. You see the sclera becoming red, but it stops shaking once again. And a little bit of a cough occurs, and the puka releases additional blood, but again, stops thrashing.
I'm just going to start. I'm going to start doing it. I don't care if Cassandra's in the way or not. I'm going to ask Ben to come over and help, and I'm going to start the rite.
Flynn, you have these blood slides and or vials. I'll just go ahead and state that there's both present. And you know, because you are a vampire, once again, what's interesting, it takes a lot of expertise to keep vampire blood from boiling off. And with a 6, you didn't find any werewolf blood. Apparently, Sarah Adams's blood was being studied in the vicinity, but instead you find a weirdly great amount of vampire and fairy blood samples.
I'm taking all of them.
Cool.
And putting them in a bag, because I'm assuming we brought stuff to take stuff out with us.
There's probably a cooler.
And would just as the argument is happening, it just drowns into the other voices in his head, so it's not as much of a notice, even though there's not as many voices as he's used to.
And is anybody still focused on potentially cleaning the site, or are you all trying to get as much information as you can before just effing off and potentially heading over to like a police substation or a security office to wipe at least the digital trace?
Flynn would 100%, after getting the blood samples, if he's not finding anything else, would spend his time cleaning at least the blood off the surfaces.
And that's the risk. I think we have time now to attempt the abjuration and one more round of investigation before it's very clear you all have to leave. So you could either focus on additional investigation, or you can possibly be the only person cleaning up the space.
He's gonna clean the space. He's more paranoid about that.
Cassandra, are you adversarial to the right that is about to take place?
She is adversarial to the right that's about to take place, but I think she wants to, if she's able to, maybe, I don't know what would work on something so powerful, like maybe submerge directive or something like that, but I don't think Cassandra's strong enough to give that suggestion. So she's very much against this, because she feels like if this is just a very much short temporary move that is going to be 10 times worse once this thing breaks free.
Okay. Well, we are not in anything resembling a turn order, so if you want to take direct action to stop it, you'll have to tell us. I know you're contemplating options, but it sounds like the right begins. Ben, you're lending assistance?
Yes.
Okay. Tamsin, is it required to have more than 2 persons to begin and attempt a rite of abjuration?
I honestly am not sure. I think the standard for Garou is I need 3, but I'm imagining Roz would be for this, and she could be the 3rd.
And in the books, they do mention that non-Garou kin to the tribe, because some humans do choose to live among Garous who are like stationed at cairns and what have you. For those that are welcoming to such persons, I would have to imagine that a similarly spirited being could be a kindred. I'm just going to go ahead and rule that that would work if Roz is willing to be a part while maintaining their focus on the being. Excellent. What is your dice pool?
I think it's honor and occult, so that would be 5.
Okay.
Dice.
And I have the difficulty right here. It is 6.
Well, I will simply succeed.
You will simply succeed.
Do I include? I think I do include rage in rights, so I'm going to try.
That you do, which I only am saying because Luca is nodding, and he is a werewolf.
Luca
Now,
from
go
far
ahead.
away. Yes.
Now, I can only imagine what's happening right now, but that is correct. Yeah. The red cap that was thinking itself to be scot-free and moving more quietly hears that shout and goes, "Oh shit!" I'm kidding. None of this happens. But, Roz, Ben, Tamsin, you begin this rite. It is very obvious that you are going to be doing something that will take a small amount of time, not longer than would be needed to wrap up all your business in this space. Cassandra, once again, if you wish to take direct action, you'll have to verbalize it very soon. The briefest moment in time, I would like, if possible, Roz, Tamsin, and Ben to confer via text while I check in just briefly on Luca. Luca, you follow the red cap for a time, doing your best to stay at the appropriate distance, utilizing corners and shadows so as to not be seen. We're just going to roll with your previous success for stealth and have you be able to tail this creature so as to not introduce additional complications that would upend a potential soon end to the session. And as you follow, without having to roll, one piece of information I'll give you for free is that it's very clear this red cap doesn't know where it is and is trying to ascertain any potential source of haven for itself for the evening.
And it doesn't seem to there doesn't seem to be any external influences at this point.
I would like you to make an insight and any mental attribute roll. So the insight skill and your choice between the 3 mental attributes.
It's gonna be wits for me. Now I got 3. Nothing in insight because Luca is not an insightful bitch.
Good. We're going to go with my standard 3 and 5. You get some info on a 3, much more on a 5 or higher.
That's a fucking straight 0.
Excellent. The good news is, were any of those bestial failures?
No.
Okay, for that I'll upend the end of a session coming soon, but no. All right. Just because you can't discern helpful information doesn't mean that you can't make some obvious inferences. At present, the red cap is behaving differently in some senses than any of the other obvious behaviors were back in the fight. For the audience at home, we had one learn how to play session where our group here came up against some fairies. And in that fight, it was made obvious that they do their level best to not directly interact with iron. And they are very much, when of their own faculties, interested in self-preservation. The way in which they were fighting countered both of those points. And this one, seeking safe haven and running away from the fight, seems to tell you that it's not acting in a way that seems to be influenced upon as they had seemed back in the lab. So you don't get any direct yes or no's, but these are reasonable inferences for you to make even without a success.
But given my observation, it seems like there's nothing I can discern that would be pertinent at this point.
I will allow you to risk getting closer, needing to make another stealth check to not be seen, and risking your perma-stealth for the remainder of the session if you wanted to try to glean that information.
Why not? Fuck it, we ball.
Give me dexterity and stealth.
Dexterity, stealth. All right.
Flynn.
4 for stealth.
You have a Swiffer. You're doing great. Just wanted to touch base. Excellent. Okay, Luca. Dexterity, stealth.
3 plus 4. That's 7. And I replace 2 of my dice with a rage die. So
Tamsin, Roz, Ben. This might be the first time Roz has been in a rite such as this. I honestly can't make that choice for you, but what does this rite look like?
I think since it's Tamsin doing it and she's a glass walker, I think like out of her mouth, she opens her mouth, comes like an orb weaver spider, and then out of her ears comes orb weaver spiders, and then out of everywhere just orb weaver spiders just like start crawling over her and crawling on to the possessed creature. And you can see they're trying to like go in like spectral spiders and like force this thing out by like using webs to like stick and drag it out of this.
As that is happening, Cassandra's going to attempt to break Roz's control on the creature.
Using any particular power, or
she's going to use.
Because you don't need a power here. I'm just wondering if you had a power in mind.
I don't think she's gonna use power. I mean, she would probably use compel, but I don't think she would need to use that. I think that that Cassandra just came out of the mind of a freaking fey creature and some spirit of a spirit hasn't sold them what is happening. She just wants to break Roz's control over this creature.
Without using any, like you could be like, please. I don't know how well that would work. Otherwise, Roz initiated her current control during a fight. You understand that under stressful circumstances, she seems to be able to maintain this. You would almost assume that without using a discipline, you would potentially have to resort to shoving or something.
Can I make an argument for maybe either persuasion or manipulation?
This was what I was struggling with previously, is having like a social role against. If everybody's on board, we could have Roz roll resolve and composure, or make an argument for something else, because we're all making arguments and that's totally fine, versus your attempt to persuade.
Okay.
Or intimidate. Roz.
Roz has a merit of tempered will, which directly says your stubborn spirit didn't die during your embrace, and you find yourself knowing when people are trying to force you to do something against your will. You are always aware when someone is using dominate or presence against you. Once per session, when resisting dominate or presence, you may add 2 additional dice to your resistance pool.
But I'm not using dominate. I'm just trying to...
No, but I'm saying passively she has this, so it would contribute to whatever is being attempted to.
And Cassandra doesn't know any of that.
No.
So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So...
F it, we ball. Roz, would you like to? Are you in favor of composure resolve, or do you want to argue for something that makes more sense to you? I mean, technically, we could do like charisma intimidate versus charisma intimidate. Because it sound, unless you wanted to go with persuasion, while you please feel free to think on it and potentially message each other. Everybody who's watching and participating at the table, thank you for your patience and me jumping around. I just want to make sure we have a satisfying resolution of the current events. Tarzan, stealth.
I burned 1 willpower point to re-roll 2 dice, so I can't re-roll a rage die.
Correct.
I rolled 5 successes for my stealth.
I am taking half to keep things moving along, which means my 2 is certainly not sufficient. You get closer. You're now at much greater risk of being spotted eventually than you were previously, but I will have you keep the previous roll you did for insight, once again, just to keep things moving forward. But at this distance, what is it that you were actively seeking once again? Just whether it's being controlled or what its motivations are?
At this... the original intent was to find where this entity was based.
I just meant your last insight check, but yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah. So if he's not giving me any inclination that he knows where he's going, then he's useless to me. So in that regard, I'm going to kill him. Once you outlive your usefulness, then there's no use to committing any more energy to it. So I think this stealth roll would be geared towards closing the distance to where he doesn't see me coming, and then I slit his throat.
Roll 2 dice. We're breaking the rules.
Which dice? Am I rage dice or just regular dice? Ability
Roll
dice.
2d10.
Okay.
Yes.
This is 0.
I also had a 0, but I'm going to give the victory to the runner. As is usually the case in a different game we've all played at least once. And as a result of that, you find a creature who, and as you move forward, the reason I was asking your original intent behind insight is keeping your previous success. You're able to glean this creature's afraid, but it also maintains that air of hunger that was previously observed. So in its act to create additional distance from the lab and to find a safe place to batten down until it gets its bearings, you can still nevertheless sense malevolence. Whether you pitied this creature or not, because it genuinely seems like it doesn't know what happened and why it's there, and it's possibly afraid as a result, this creature, once it gains its bearings, is undoubtedly going to enact violence that you wouldn't necessarily approve of. Are all red caps evil? I mean, most of them. You're able to slit its throat. It's a particularly deep and strenuous cut, as once again, not unlike yourself, this is a creature who is resistant to non-magical, non-iron. Oh no, wait, fuck. Iron. My bad. Yeah, you killed this thing. Real easy. That said, are you heading back towards the lab, or are you gonna hope that... Oh, I guess you'd have to because you're motorcycle. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. You're heading back.
First, like before I take off, I am going to turn over its pockets to find any to see if there's anything worth discovering. But just a quick investigation, and then yeah, running back to my baby.
This will be a wits investigation. Cassandra, Roz, a battle of the personalities.
Mm-hmm.
What's your dice pools? Let's see it.
Using charisma and persuasion, so that's going to be 7.
And Roz.
What if charisma persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
Was that something you could do?
You can use charisma persuasion. You can use charisma intimidation, whichever of those two. I made a decision. Yeah, this is a war of personality. Cool. Any crits in that?
There was 2 crits in that.
Did you include that in the total you provided?
Yes, it's automatically calculated
Got
on damage.
All right, so I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I was looking down.
But 7.
7.
7? Okay.
7.
I also got 7, but 3 crits.
Are you saying why you're so adamant to do this? Like, how are you persuading?
Okay, so I think at this point, Cassandra's going to literally give the briefest gist of what she encountered when she was connected with this creature. Especially the absolute power and who they're going, what it's going after, who they're going after.
Rose would actually not make this call, but turn towards Tamsin as Garou and also the one currently casting the rites, and defer to them and James, asking, is this worth further consideration to either of you? It's your people.
You see, the problem with rights is once you start them,
Uh-oh.
Yep.
it's really hard to just stop them. So I cannot stop it once I've started, because it's kind of like a chant. Like when you get in the rhythm of it, if you cut it off, something really bad will happen to the person that's casting the rites. So Tamsin is not going to stop, and I don't think Ben's going to either. So
That's fine.
Ben can't talk to anybody.
Ben's vibing.
Well, you can nod. But yeah.
And to
to
give
which-
you a good understanding, Cassandra, Roz, the two of you wouldn't necessarily know this, and Tamsin can't say other words, but she's absolutely correct. If this rite ends, there's no way around it. Something bad will happen. Mhm.
Since it's too late, it's too late.
How are you signaling? Like,
I'm verbally telling Roz out loud
The two of you
what
can
I
hear the
encountered.
conversation. Yeah.
oh, I can hear it. Yeah.
What I encountered, like what I experienced from after I bit the puka.
Now, did you break it down though that we know that this thing will be released somewhere else?
Well, Tamsin says that it's going to go or be locked away for at least for a little while, but my understanding is that it's so powerful it may break out.
And really quick for everybody, I think Dia played that perfectly. The victory, I've been saying most of the session, victory goes to the runner, and Roz wanted to broach this situation again. She said, yeah, do we need to call this into question? Dice pools, character versus character, are always difficult. I think everybody here can understand that, because nobody wants to enforce will upon one another. Dia, I think that was a satisfying result with you being like, okay, I might be able to end this. Should we consider what's happening? And where am I going with this? What I'll say is, we're looking at I had a direction, and the reason why I interrupted and I fully lost it. This rite is either going to happen or it's not, and it's already at risk as a result of Roz wavering in her concentration on the matter, because she was already giving so much to maintaining her control over the situation. So Cassandra, like it or not, you've already interfered with the rite taking place, and it's a matter of us coming to a quick decision. We're getting close to the end of the session. A quick decision. Do we first intervene, or do we let it pass?
I'm gonna, as you looking at me, Roz, you and Ben have not really had a ton of communication, but he's going to glance at Tamsin, look at you, and I need you to describe in the most primal way you can, facial language, whatever, body language, how concerned you are with us ending this rite.
Would Roz be able to, with her experience in the occult, specialty in ghosts, not necessarily of spirits of a worm, is there any way she's able to infer what kind of damage it might do to the caster if this rite is done? If this rite is interrupted? Okay.
For good or for bad, this is Sam talking to his players. It's less so the spirit that's being addressed by way of the rite, and more so the animal spiritual aspect that granted Roz the ability to use this right that stands to be offended. And if you have it in front of you, Tamsin, do you have the spirit handy that would grant this? If not, I can look it up very quickly. If anybody else has it. Because I have the text up on a website, but not in the book.
Hope you're muted, Samson.
Samson.
Samson. I am Samson now. I don't have the specific spirit, no. It just says common rights, rights of abjuration. I'm just looking in the book. And the possessing spirit is only angered if I brutal fail. If I regular fail the right and it's completed till the end, I think the thing just remains possessed. Like the puka just remains possessed, and it's sad.
Okay. Now
and it's sad.
And it's sad.
So a spirit of the wild, which is by no means a good spirit, but it's a spirit that's usually more favored by changing breeds, would potentially get a little miffed at Tamsin, but it sounds like mechanically nothing bad would come from the right itself. The only thing at risk here is a brutal failure. And I actually have a mechanic in mind if you break off your concentration on how to see if it would constitute a brutal failure or not. But it would be the spirit itself, which is currently in the puka, potentially going straight for Tamsin is what's at risk.
Okay.
Well, because Ben's thought process is if he feels there is a threat to Tamsin or anybody in here, he's going to do everything that he knows, which is not much when it comes to this stuff. So he's literally going to remove the entity from the area with a nice big toss.
And there's only so much of this information that can be exchanged in the time needed to complete the right, which is why very meanly your friend Sam Lopez is going to say, I need a decision.
Okay.
I need it now.
I'm going to say for Cassandra, Cassandra's at this point has made her, for her, she's made her point. Everyone has decided whatever they're going to decide, and she's going to back off. And when I mean back off, she's going to go back to her seat and cross her legs and cross her arms almost petulantly and watch.
For clarification, rights are not powered by spirits. These are rights or abilities that Garou are able to perform without the aid of spirits.
I'm thinking gifts.
Yes.
Thank you for the clarification. Cool. So you're only at risk of the spirits you're interacting with, not the ones that might have granted it. Thank you, Luca. You can take Dungeon Master Inspiration. It doesn't work here.
Does that mean I get a willpower point?
Nope. Well,
get nothing.
To be fair, I have forgotten that certain things that are done are supposed to give me a chance to give those back to you because I'm managing vampires and werewolves. Yes, you can have a willpower back, but you no longer have. But you don't have inspiration. I'm sure that makes you sad. Yes, you're devastated. You're burnt. Anyway, cool. So Roz has stepped back. Tamsin.
Cassandra stepped back.
Cassandra stepped back.
I'm
Roz
so
is
sorry.
still moving. Tamsin's still connected. Tamsin's mumbling.
Tamsin.
Yes, Sam.
You were gonna roll some dice for me.
I did roll some dice, Sam.
Your difficulty did increase by 1, simply by way of the intervention that had already taken place. And based on your tone, I'm imagining that won't make a difference.
What was the difficulty I had to get?
6, now 7.
I got 4.
Okay.
Oh.
And you know, 4 is not a brutal failure.
It's not. I did double check.
Yes. The right takes place. It eats the amount of time that all of you, being reasonable individuals who understand heat that could be coming upon you based on the actions taken here, the blood trail outside, the sound that was made, although it was suppressed, etc. You've run out of time. The creature, whilst under Roz's control, and its malevolent look on its face returns with a big grin because the spirit within understands what was attempted, was angered the entire time it happened, and feels that failed. And I need a very quick opposed check from you, Roz. I'm going to do the same thing I just did with Luca. Let's make it 3 dice. Please just roll 3d10 or digitally roll 3d10.
I noticed that the thing moved.
Yep. Roz, 3d10.
That was. I'm sorry, I'm very annoyed because the digital dice don't tell me, so I'm going like the actual vampire master. So please hold, I'm consulting Google. 3d10 roll.
I bite.
That is a 1, an 8, and a 3.
Okay. For the record, I also rolled 3 dice, and I got an 8, an 8, and a 7. Which is significant as you feel your control, which again, if you look up the rules in the book, there's nothing to say why I just did what I did. It's me resolving a situation quickly. Thank you all for going along with me on this process. You feel your control waning. It's possibly the duress placed on you by other forces that you don't fully understand, but are getting a better understanding of by interacting with the Garou and their rights. It could be the duress of holding on to such control for an extended period of time. It's wibbly wobbly because in the text it states that it is effective for a scene, and one can make many arguments about this being a single scene or numerous scenes that have been strung together. Nevertheless, you feel your control wane. And at the same time that you see this individual the spirit within the individual regain some control over the situation and whip its head very sharply to the left. It seems like Ben takes a bite.
Yep.
Taking a bite on its big toe.
No, I'm going straight for the neck.
Got it. Okay. It does not contest. Go ahead and roll brawl strength.
Okay.
Luca, you arrive eventually back, and with the way timing would work, it'll undoubtedly be at the same time that everybody comes running out. So just to prime you,
Yeah, I figured.
You're probably gonna kick the bike, have Roz jump right into the sidecar.
Sidecar, yep.
Mm-hmm. So just priming you for the scene, Flynn. No roll was necessary. You've been alive long enough, and you have greater speed as a result of having done some feeding previously. To allow you to clean expeditiously. You unfortunately notice that there are clear signs of battle for anybody who looks for a variety of scratch and gouge marks in the floor, but nothing obvious remains. Probably some furniture got a little bit damaged, but it's a school. That's not the craziest thing in the world. And at present, physical cleaning needs seem to have been met. Cassandra, you're sitting in the back and you witness simultaneously the spirit rip free of the head as it whips the neck to the side as that neck has teeth bite down atop it. And Ben, you rolled for an attack.
I got 5.
5. It takes 6 points of aggravated damage, which is almost sufficient. But what I did on the side was have the spirit in its manifested possession attack the creature by attempting to force it to break its own neck. That would be sufficient, in addition to the bite, for you to see the spirit rip itself free of the form and go teetering off. It doesn't want any of you, at least at present. Yes.
I told you this would happen. I told you this would happen.
It is all too clear that you've run out of time to remain in the space. You have a flash drive. Nothing was verbalized of the bodies that were remaining, but does anybody have plans for the bodies? Very quickly.
I mean, we can take care of them and drag them out. The fire escape.
Rose is just going to drop the body in a frustrated huff.
I'm waiting to say something. Yeah. I think your audio delayed for me. I'm sorry, Roz. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're good. She's just dropping the body and just like very clear abject frustration and just shaking her head as she takes a couple steps away.
It's possible that Luca, when you see them all come out and run to the cars, they might be carrying bodies with them. Group, are we going to try to snatch them somewhere, or are we leaving them in the room? I forgot about that until just now.
Flynn is not that strong. He is not taking a body anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not unless Cassandra.
I think, yeah, that's a good point. If they're bringing bodies out, then yeah, Luca's going to be a little upset. That being the case, Luca has some fucking cameras to start scrubbing immediately.
For what it's worth, if as long as they can get out without a bunch of people screaming about bodies, those cameras can be scrubbed. Would anybody be against me suggesting that one of you would think to pull a fire alarm? Okay. That buys you an additional 2 minutes as people go flooding out of the building in such a fashion that you're able to take, some of you are able to take the bodies. Ben, you might hate this, but this could give cause for you to go glabro or something of that nature, because carrying them is a little difficult when you only have one set of jaws. But between you and the rest of the group, you're able to take the fallen Fae. You've cleaned most of the room. The hall, unfortunately, will not have blood in it. But the cool thing about every World of Darkness game, whether it be Changeling, Vampire, Werewolf, humanity has a tendency to overlook strangeness. So had the bodies been left, it largely would have been interpreted as just a bunch of dead people. Not a good thing. But why I bring all this up is what will eventually be ruled as mundane blood, potentially stolen from a bag or something like that from the blood lab, is still left behind. This session will, of course, result in you guys finding your way to a security office. You have a glasswalker in your presence, and you have a Ragabash, both of whom have complementary abilities to the extent that with little effort, especially if you're dealing with mundane mortals, which you would be, you're able to sufficiently wipe security hard drives. The body disposal site at this point seems awfully convenient for the bodies that you have. Assuming that the group wouldn't want to do something else with them, Clear Lake is, in fact, not that far away. You do, however, know that in addition to the bodies that you're currently carrying and need a convenient means of getting rid of, you have precious information that's not worth risking in a potential additional conflict. Does anybody have anything against the notion that, at least on this night, you would leave the bodies in what's apparently a good space to do so and head back to Portland?
I would say I would end the night with Lucas sending a text to a thread labeled F. Situation dire. Send the rest of the team.
You get back the emojis that can react to a text, and it's a smiley face. And then half a second later, you see that it changes to a thumbs up because the first one was an accident. And everybody makes their way back to Portland. You have a few hours, maybe an hour before sunrise, and certain individuals need to head back to their respective havens. But while the group is still together, initially pulling open the hard drive and taking a closer look at the blood vials, knowing full well that that'll take some work for the following day, or any trusted individuals you have that don't need to go to sleep for the night in one way, shape, or form could be working on things of note. When you first pop open the thumb drive, immediate inferences seem to be discussing the potential of mixing kindred and changeling blood for the purposes of greater longevity, ? And there's also a file and a corresponding vial labeled FNRS. These are points of curiosity, and everybody's discussing potential points of moving forward. And people head to their respective homes, where they'll be bedding down for the night to lick some wounds, to recover some abilities. And as you all settle into your beds, Roz's phone starts buzzing in such a fashion that were she not immediately going to rest for the night, and after a missed call, the text messages she'll awaken to are, please help, found this phone, I think you know my aunt. And yeah, I think that'll be where we end the session for the night.
Rude.
Yeah, that's about right.
Cool. All right, everybody, that was our first take on a big group combat in the World of Darkness. I think we all learned a little something together, both audience and players. So thank you for your patience with the first half of the episode. I had fun, but I admit it took a little doing to figure some stuff out. This, of course, was Chapter 5 of Night of the Wyrm, a tabletop Misfits production of both Vampire the Masquerade and Werewolf the Apocalypse in the World of Darkness. I have been your storyteller. I am Sam. You can find me on most platforms at Dungeon Samster, and I like TTRPG things. I'm going to go ahead and just say alphabetically first using real names. Alex.
Oh no, it's me again.
It is
Hi,
you again.
hi. I'm Alex, aka Blonded94 on all the places on the internet, and I was Tamsin Newman, the Philodox Garou. And you know what? If you're feeling down, get a dog or go and walk in nature, and don't repress trauma, and talk about it. It's nice. Please be safe and happy.
And Dia.
Hey guys, again, I was Dia, also known as Diavel.cos on all social media, playing Rosiel, our favorite Toreador rockstar. If I'm not here, you can find me over on the 2B Dice channel, or alternatively, I am now part of Record of the Realms as part of the Darkness Arc D&D campaign, where I play Rhea, who is a human blood hunter, and she's also very fun.
And H.I.J. James.
I'm James, otherwise known as Tabletop Misfits, the CEO here at the production, and I've played Ben tonight, and it's been a lot of fun trying to figure out how to play a wolf when you're not a wolf. So
it's about the friends you make along the way, I believe.
It is, absolutely. Or the ones you just decide you want to bite for no reason.
That's true. I mean, there were some reasons that were stated, and on that note, KJ.
Hi, I'm KJ. You can find me at various forms of KJ cosplay out there on the internet because I can't brand the same. I stream personally on Twitch, which is KJ_cosplay, and I'm part of another D&D game that Sunday mornings, same as you watch these, I play in a game called Of Brass and Briar on the channel of Lichen and Moss, where I play a little ferret critter. He's great. Love him. Might have found his twin. That's a whole thing.
And our good friend Sam. I do want to know about that twin later, but Sam?
Hi, I'm Classic Sam NYGM, Classic Sam NYGM on all social media platforms. And by time this airs, we will be at PAX. And I'm super excited about that. So PAX Unplugged, here we come. You can find me mostly on my channel, Classic Sam NYGM, where I interview amazing content creators, not only in the TTRPG space, but actors, voice actors, comic book writers, and such nerds that I can think possibly of. And I cannot wait for, the next time we're here. So you're muted.
Yeah, just wanted to say thank you all, because that's obviously our full cast. Oh, wait. Oh, look at that stealth check. We have Tarzan.
Howdy, folks. My name is Daddy Tarzan 82855. I'm one of the founders of 2B Dice Adventures. I was playing Luca today, and it was fun, and it was great. And yeah, you can check us out on 2bdice or twitch.tv at /2bdiceadv on Tuesdays when we run Star Wars Edge of the Empire weekly. Once I get past this whole confunful of technical issues that I've been having. And then we have a bunch of other weekly or bi-weekly campaigns that we run. And that's all I got. You're muted again, buddy.
I want it to be that time. Not really. Quick reminder to all of you, on every other Sunday where we are not streaming live, there is, of course, Power Rangers RPG, Guardians of the Grid, game mastered by our wonderful associate, Chuck. Tomorrow night,
yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, tomorrow night we're gonna be playing, but on Monday nights, on the Monday directly following Power Rangers, you'll also find us playing a tabletop Misfits rendition of Icewind Dale: Rime of the Frost Maiden, GM'd by our wonderful Ben, aka James, right here. On Wednesday nights, we have wonderful guests join us in the tavern for Tavern Talks. And on Thursdays, Chuck of Power Rangers takes us on a crafting journey for his Beaker Builds Garage. We have more programming coming up including a wonderful show that Tamsin has in the works and other exciting things coming to you for 2026. In addition to our programming, we work with some amazing sponsors. James, if you don't mind, I'm actually going to turn over to you to mention our sponsors. And then, why not, let's just wave goodnight to everybody.
Awesome. So our sponsors for this year are the wonderful Monument Studios. So if you hear any music on any of the channels or any of the live plays that's being presented by them, if you like click clacks, you can go grab wonderful things over at canadiandice.ca, where you can get all your wonderful dice. If you want to support the channel and you want to support show off the Misfits or Beaker builds, you can go pick that up at dungeongrandmaster.com. And our newest sponsor, who is absolutely incredible, with the 40% off, you can get wonderful sets of painting or miniatures through Last Hope Printing, which is crazy. Yeah, Sam, sign us off.
You've been a wonderful audience. We cannot see or hear you, but we assume that to be true, and we'll see you next time for Chapter 6 of Night of the Wyrm. Take care.